near you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates game on Friday night in Cleveland against the Guardians postponed due to poor air quality. That means the Buccos will be playing a doubleheader against the Guardians today, a split doubleheader. 1:10 the scheduled first pitch of game number 1, Jared Jones against Gavin Williams. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at noon with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. And then at 7:10, Braxton Ashcraft against Logan Allen in the nightcap against the Guardians. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedar Brook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, the Grand Resort, Shooters Golf, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So, Bryson has been penalised 2 strokes for inadvertently improving the area of his intended swing, so the intended backswing on the 5th hole when he was playing his second shot. Basically, I'm going to explain the technicalities of the rule here for you. Rule 8.1 restricts what a player may do to improve any of the protected conditions affecting the stroke. And this includes the area of the player's intended swing. So an improvement means to alter one or more of the conditions affecting the stroke so that the player gains a potential advantage for the stroke. Now, I would stress that this applies even when the action is accidental, as it was in Bryson's case. The area of intended swing includes the entire area that might reasonably affect any part of the backswing, the downswing, or the completion of the swing for the intended stroke. And importantly, what the prohibited action here is that the player mustn't move, bend, or break any growing or attached natural object. A player is allowed to fairly take their stance by taking reasonable actions to get to the ball and take a stance if in some situations that improves the condition affecting the stroke. But when doing so, the player must take the least intrusive course of action to deal with the particular situation and is not entitled to a normal stance or swing. I would reiterate, this rule applies even when there's no intention to improve the area, as was the case with Bryson. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Welcome in. Happy Saturday morning. It's a dreary one, but my goodness, that man is Grant Moyer. And that clip that you just heard was him dropping the hammer. And it was courtesy of Sky Sports Golf. We got that here on Going Low. It was a very enterprising show prep last night to get all these ducks in a row because we just had one of the wildest days. I think this is not an exaggeration in major championship history Friday at Royal Birkdale, and the big golfer, the big hitter himself, YouTube star, sometime tour star, well, not PGA Tour star, but sometime pro star, multiple-time major winner Bryson DeChambeau at the eye of the hurricane here out in the northwest coast of England. So it is the Going Low show. That was Grant Moyer. He is the R&A's chief referee, and he laid down a 2-stroke penalty on Bryson DeChambeau, took him from 7 under, solo second, and really probably the favorite to win this thing, back to 5 under and in a tie for 5th with a lot of other players. Craig Mankins is remoting in. He's got a bunch of things going on at his homestead today, so he's unable to join me at Suncrest Golf and Grill. I am here. This is a place that Craig defined many of my younger years, rounds of golf as a teenager, early 20-something. I will call it the sister course to Conley Resort. And for my money, this place is one of the best challenges and best values out there. This place beats you up. Not a bunker to be seen, but plenty of tough shots, tough greens, and forces you to hit the shots out here. And you know what there is, Craig? There's grass, but there's not grass that's long enough to stomp it down like you're an elephant on safari and improve the line of play. So that's where we start today. That's is Bryson DeChambeau getting a 2-stroke penalty. And I'm watching it again on the TVs in here, Craig, and I will say for myself, I think this is richly deserved. I think the R&A got this exactly right. And despite Bryson's histrionics and him complaining about this and threatening that he wasn't going to play and he was going to withdraw after 36 holes, I think they got the ruling right here.
Yeah, I literally just watched it just a minute ago. Just your first instinct, especially myself being a PGA golf professional. I don't know what he was thinking there. Those guys get caught with their hand in the cookie jar. and then, everything's on TV. It's kind of interesting.
Craig, for people that don't understand, we played the entire explanation, but that's a very technical explanation from that Grant Moyer from the R&A.
Right.
As a PGA professional, you got to know the rules back and front. And I think the rules, as golf gets more popular now, people who want to take them, new kind of converts to the game who want to take themselves seriously and want to take the game seriously. In layman's terms, so in just to the average Joe, explain what he did and why you can't do it specifically.
Well, here's the golden rule in golf is play the ball as it lies. And that means, whether it be in the fairway, whether it be in the rough, whether it be in a bunker, whether it be in the fescue grass. Now, to all of our golfers out there, the British Open, a lot of people might have played golf courses that don't have long native, areas of grass, which, they can be as high as you want them. But they're over there in, England, it's up to about, maybe 18 inches tall. Maybe there's some higher ones, but you can never improve your intended, path that you're going to swing on, meaning these blades of grass are right behind his ball. You can't step them down so it allows the club to come through faster. It can stay straighter. When that grass is there and you have to swing it, and those, they can grab the club hosel, they can turn it left, but when someone steps it down, obviously it's going to improve and make you a better opportunity to hit a cleaner strike and hit it towards your target a lot easier. In which we've had this problem, Chris, our guys, we play, we hole all the putts out and we play by all the rules. And we had a gentleman who used to do that all the time, just in the regular rough, because he couldn't hit the ball very far. And he ended up with a nickname, and we always teased him to kind of shame him into not doing it anymore. Because no one wants to call penalties on your buddy. But after a while, when you're, playing for a couple dollars, My dad always had a good saying. He said, just let me know what rules we're not playing by today so we can all do them.
I think of that all the time. I mean, I'm guilty of having, prior to knowing the rule, absolutely having sort of done this and trying to like wiggle in there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But like as a pro, you're held to obviously the highest of standards. If you're playing in a weekend game with your buddy and it's a friendly and you're probably not good enough to make anything of that shot anyway, I think like I understand why people would say I'm not going to do it. But like for anybody that's been in high grass, and Craig, you've watched me hit the ball off the tee, you know I find my way to the high grass sometimes. Yeah. It is a lot easier to get club to ball cleanly, whether you're a pro or an average Joe, if you have what you feel is a more comfortable backswing. And
correct.
For people that have played just any old course around here that has tall grass, that allows fescue to grow, if you have that club get and you stand behind it, the grass is high, you can see the ball, but you don't alter that grass. It is a disconcerting feeling when that hosel and that club shaft starts to get grabbed a little bit. And that's what he was trying to do for himself. And I'm with you. I'm amazed that he thought he was going to get away with it and that he felt like no one was going to notice this. And I have two more clips I want to play here, Craig, I want you to react to. So okay. I love, live from on Golf Channel, courtesy of Golf Channel, both of these here. The first, and these are two guys with chops. This is first Paul McGinley sounding off on what he thought of what happened with Bryson. This is after the penalty had obviously been handed down. This is Paul McGinley on the Golf Channel live from Birkdale last night, giving his 2 cents on Bryson's penalty.
I think it's a breach. I think the first 5 seconds when he got to the ball, that's when the breach happened. He walked up, he saw his lie, and his first thing to do then was to stand behind the ball. And in standing behind the ball, he bedded down the grass behind it, which in turn was going to improve his backswing. So for me, it's a clear breach. It looks like the referees are holding their position, both in an agreement that was a breach. And Bryson is obviously not agreeing with that very vocally and in a very stubborn way. Look, it's the first there. That's stamping down grass behind the ball on your line of play. Your line of play is not just towards the target, it's also your backswing, and he's standing right there where his club should be going back.
All right, so Paul McGinley right there. Nice, concise explanation, Craig. I have one more for you, though. One extra little audio treat. Brandel Chambly, I think you know, is no stranger to giving his opinion on pretty much anything. He has been, and I'm sure there are some people out there who, for whatever reason, love the LIV Golf Tour, who think Brandel just has an axe to grind because he doesn't like the LIV Tour, and so he's going after Bryson. Right after Paul McGinley gave his 2 cents, this is Brandel even more colorfully just absolutely taking Bryson to task on the Golf Channel last night.
Yeah, I'd agree with that wholeheartedly. There were multiple infractions here. He just danced all over the path behind the golf ball, and then after he walked behind it, coming forward to get closer to the golf ball and begin to take his address, just for good measure, he stamps down behind it aggressively another time. He did everything but lay down behind it or take a weed whacker to the tall grass behind it. Multiple infractions, absolutely condemning, absolutely clear. I don't really know what he was arguing about. It's not about whether he did this inadvertently. It's not about whether he did it accidentally. It's not about whether he did it deliberately. It's about whether or not his actions improved the conditions affecting the stroke. And they quite clearly did. There's no way he would have decided right when he walked up to that golf ball on his angle of attack. There's just no way he would have known what his angle of attack was going to be. He would have been assessing it, looking at it. Of course, you do that with due care. You walk around it, and only after you've assessed it do you decide, oh, yeah, okay, I got to lift it up. I got to get steeper. I got to set my wrist. I got to come down steeper. No, when he was still assessing it, he was trampling all over the back of his line.
That's Brandel. All but took a weed whacker to it. You like that one, Craig? He might as well take the old power whacker out there and just clip the grass down.
Well, I agree. I don't know what he was arguing about there. And it is funny because the rules official does say, that he inadvertently did it, in which they kind of, threw that term out there, I think, to save him a little grace.
I have a theory on that. So he was in the scoring trailer for a very long time. Here is my theory, and this maybe is explosive. I think he knowingly cheated. I think he knowingly, willfully, I think he knew exactly what he was doing. I think he cheated. That's the C word. You're not supposed to accuse a golfer of cheating. Oh, my God. I think he cheated. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. And I think all that time that they took in that scoring trailer after they had already, driven him out to the site, showed him what they felt like he did, and driven him back was more or less a negotiation of, listen, we're going to hit you with this penalty, but we will make sure that everyone knows that we feel it was accidental to save you dignity or the idea of integrity or everything else. But I think he very much did that purposefully, knowingly, and they are just being nice to him. As you said, they're saving him a little grace because I don't think there was anything accidental or inadvertent about it.
Well, and the funny part is there, and Brandel Chambly says it doesn't matter inadvertently. We can't get in his head to know exactly, but you have the camera footage, and it's right there. And I'm glad the rules officials stood their ground because you have to protect the whole field. And that's the neat part about golf, and a lot of people, this is kind of, as a player, if you observe your playing partner doing something they're not supposed to do, a lot of people don't like confrontation, don't like to call people out on things like this. But when you have 140 other people in the tournament trying to make the cut, trying to win this prestigious Open Championship, you got to call it on them. Now, a lot of people like Chris, we had TVs for the British Open, and you have rules officials all over the place. But there's a lot of golf tournaments, just like one I was just caddying for Justin Moosen at the West Penn Open, and there's only really the three gentlemen who are playing in the group and their caddies that are out there. And that's the beauty of golf. Most guys have the integrity and, they would never think of, doing things like this. But when people are competing for a lot of money, it's kind of funny, what might actually come out. It says a lot about people's character and what kind of person they are. That's why I love golf so much.
Well, this is going to be the defining story. And the funny thing is that Bryson is still very much in the mix. It was hilarious when he threatened to say he wasn't going to play. I think everybody with a pulse knew that was an empty threat and that it was a move.
We all know a guy like that says, I'm going to take my ball and go home now. You called a two-stroke penalty on me.
Give me a break. I will tell you this. If he had actually withdrawn from the tournament last night, it would have been the most jaw-dropping, cowardly. He has a lot of sympathy from people that actually like him and feel like he's being persecuted and treated singled out and treated unfairly. And hey, Wyndham Clark probably got away with something similar to this at Shinnecock, if I'm being honest, and probably should have gotten a penalty, and that would have cost him the U.S. Open, but he didn't. And that at this point, that's the rub of the green. He would have lost every ounce of sympathy had he decided to take his ball and go home. And he did tweet last night that he was going to play, that he didn't agree with the ruling and everything else. But I'll tell you this much, man. He's the needle. Golf needs him. He's an absolute scoundrel. Yeah. He's a villain. He's weird. And he's not the kind of weird that's endearing to people, but he is the needle because it makes me think that if he ever wants to come back to the PGA Tour, they're going to find a way, as much as he thinks he's got this persecution complex going, they're going to find a way to let him back in because having him out there, you can't help but pay attention to what he's doing.
Yeah, no, it is. People do want to see whether they root for him or root against him. You're 100% right. It is interesting. And I always like watching Bryson play because I think he is good for the game because he is different. He's, one length clubs, one plane swing. He's definitely very interesting. And when you look back to the guys that I watched growing up, they were all a little different. They all had their own unique swing, and we didn't have all the technology that all these gentlemen do today. But yeah, it will be interesting. I'll be curious to see. I'm always a big believer in the golf gods, and if he did anything, the old golf gods, they might put their foot down, and all of a sudden he might get some bad lies today.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's been bombing it away after Nick Faldo criticized him and said, you don't have a clue how to play links golf. He was making him look pretty silly for a while, but we'll see. As the Open obviously already underway in the third round, that's kind of the beauty of something that's happening 5 hours ahead of us. Bryson not set to tee off until 3:30 local time in Liverpool, and that'll be 10:30 our time, so he'll be getting underway a couple hours after we get off the air. Coming up, Josh Danino is going to join us to talk a little bit about Suncrest Golf and Grill. This place, a very challenging course, and I'm sitting in the very nice bar and clubhouse area here where you can come by after the course beats you up. You think, I'm going to come out here and I'm going to shoot a number. And then that number ends up being like 92 because it's a tough track. We're going to talk about it with Josh coming up next. Craig Mankins is there. I am here, Suncrest Golf and Grill. It is the Going Low Show on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates matchup on Friday in Cleveland against the Guardians was postponed due to poor air quality. That means it's a doubleheader today, weather permitting. Pirates and Guardians will play the first game at 1:10, Jared Jones against Gavin Williams, and then 7:10 for the nightcap, Braxton Ashcraft against Logan Allen. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app begins at noon. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more headlines, you can visit 937thefan.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Two world powerhouses collide, with Argentina's unstoppable force clashing with Spain's immovable object. Spain got here because of their defending, allowing only one goal the whole way. Argentina is here on grit and toughness. 2 comeback wins and 2 more extra time wins in the knockout round, all led by Lionel Messi. I'm Mike Conti.
Summertime means outdoor gatherings, neighborhood fun, and the summer of savings at Spitzer Toyota. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $198 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 27494 VIN TP 288304 front-wheel drive model 1852 5K due at signing 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 doc fee 0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 8/3/2026.
Looking for something different to do this week? Head to Shooters Golf in Wexford. Whether you're planning a night out with friends, date night, or a party, Shooters has something for everyone. Enjoy interactive golf bays powered by top Tracer technology, great food, ice-cold drinks, and a fun atmosphere no matter your skill level. Plus, check out their outdoor patio bar featuring fire pits, private heated cabanas, and live music every Wednesday and Friday night starting at 7 p.m. With indoor and outdoor entertainment, Shooters Golf is your go-to destination for food, drinks, and fun.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Saving compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Go to XfinityMobile.com or call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live We'll see you there.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the whole summer? Conley Resort and Golf now has a virtual wait list. Get notified when your desired tee time is available. Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain is going to the Cup final, and they did it by beating the best. La Roja outlasted France in a semifinal that lived up to every bit of the hype. France pushed back, but Spain's discipline never cracked, and when the moment came, La Roja made it count. The reward? A place in the final. One win away from immortality.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Now I have to go play golf.
Back to more Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We are live from Suncrest Golf and Grill. It is the Going Low show. My goodness, what a story. You'd think Lucas Herbert shooting 8 under, 62, tying a major championship record, biffing a 4-foot putt to have the record of 61 all to himself on 18, only to be matched 20 minutes later by Sam Burns, who A, didn't think he was going to play in this tournament, B, didn't even realize he had shot 62. You'd think those would be the big stories, but Bryson DeChambeau has taken every bit of the oxygen in this tournament and kind of taken it unto himself. However, I do have an open update. This open update brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. I will run down the leaderboard before we talk with Josh Tonino here, the GM, Suncrest Golf and Grill. He also operates Conley Resort, which these are sister courses. They basically touch with a line of trees in the middle. There might have been occasional times where a person would jump from one course to the other. If Suncrest is beating them up, they can just go feel good on number 7, bombing one down the hill at Conley Resort. Lucas Herbert, the Australian, the Aussie, I believe he is a member of the High Flyers in LIV. He is at 8 under after shooting that 62. Jackson Suber at 6 under, along with Cam Young and Ryan Gerard. They're all tied at 6. Ryan Fox on the course right now, taking advantage of good conditions. He is 5 under for the day and 5 under for the tournament, along with Sam Burns, Bryson DeChambeau, Siwoo Kim. A big crew at 4 under. 4 under probably where you see the biggest names and where a lot of people might assume the winner is eventually going to emerge from. Couple of the names at 4 under. Bob McIntyre, who notably hates the 18th hole at this place and seems to hate everything. He should probably hate the guy at Nike who dresses him. Alex Fitzpatrick, Scotty Scheffler, Francesco Molinari. So some guys who have won this thing before, those last 2 names, Tommy Fleetwood and John Rahm, all at 4 under. Xander Schauffele's on the course 9 holes into his day. He's 3 under on the day and 3 under for the tournament. Josh Tonino now is here, having heard, one of our newsiest Going Low shows ever, Josh.
Yes. Well, welcome to Suncrest Golf and Grill. I think the show's first time here at Suncrest. The elephant in the room, because I've heard you say elephant stomping around in the tall grasses
looked like
yesterday.
Sasquatch out there.
Yeah, that's something. And nobody's talking about what 2 guys shooting 62 yesterday, because they're talking about what Bryson did. So what a day.
I wanted to, and Craig Maggins, of course, still joining us. He's going to jump in too here, but tell people about Suncrest Golf and Grill, specifically the course. Obviously, very nice in here. I see all the taps. I see all the drinks. I know I have given the hot dog a review here before. It's terrific. The glizzy reviews here have been top notch. But if somebody has not played Suncrest Golf and Grill, if they have not come out here to play the course, they might look it up on the USGA app and be really a 72 rating from the back. But there's some big boy golf holes and some very tough shots to execute out here.
Absolutely. We talked a couple months ago, the relationship between Conley and Suncrest, the sister courses, and Suncrest can beat you up a little bit. It beats me up. It's beaten you up in the past. A little bit of extra length, and it's tough out here. There's no sand to be seen on the golf course, but this is a tough track. It's an older track. We've been here 90 years. This golf course has been around. And
does it predate Conley, or
it does? It does by about 30 years.
Wow.
So. Yeah. So it's older property, very different property. We talked about this last time, being neighbors, and we even had an event yesterday where someone went through those trees from Conley to here and ask the folks on number 7 here, what course am I at? You're at Suncrest, and had to scoot back through the woods to get back to Conley. But it's tough for me out here too. I have some of my toughest rounds here at Suncrest.
I came out here, last year it might have been thinking I'm feeling pretty good about my game. I'm throwing something in the low 80s, high 70s. Shot 92.
Yeah,
got punched in the face repeatedly. Craig Mankins, of course, does not have any of those kinds of problems. You come out here, Craig.
No, not for Craig.
You're threading it through the fairways, Craig. You're hitting every fairway. You're hitting every green. What is, by the way, Craig? When I was growing up, I always thought if a place had bunkers, that meant it was really tough. What is the toughest thing for you, a guy who plays the game at a different level than Josh or I can play it? What is the toughest thing, like a feature that a golf course can have that kind of will keep you up at night?
Ooh, that's a great question. See, I hit it so short, I don't get it in a lot of trouble. So, a lot of the features that really give you some trouble, I think really are caused more by Mother Nature sometimes than the golf course. When it gets really wet out there, playing a really, really long golf course, I think can give you problems. But that used to give me trouble back when I was a kid. I think I hit it a lot further now. It's kind of interesting. I love to hear that there's no bunkers on the course, because where I grew up in Ohio, I didn't have sand. So when I came to college, I wasn't very good at hitting out of the bunkers. And my buddy said, well, how do you get better at that? And I said, well, I just don't hit them in them. I said, I'll leave it up short. I don't try not to go in there. So it's kind of funny, in which,
it's. That was Jack Nicklaus's strategy. Terrible bunker player relative to the rest of the game. He just didn't hit it in the bunkers. Seems like a simple strategy. You know what they do have here, Craig and Josh, that always got me as like a tough little feature. And it's not unique to here. It's Western Pennsylvania, so this happens a lot. But I feel like out here at Suncrest, it always gets me, and it always presents like a very interesting challenge. And it's not on every hole, but I think about number 3. I think about probably number 5, I would say, second of the back-to-back par 5s. Mm-hmm. Couple other holes as well. I believe the number 1 handicap hole, I'm going to do the math, 14, I want to say. Mm-hmm. A lot of second shots to elevated greens at the top, perched at the top of a hill where you can't see the bottom of the stick, and where even if you've got the laser number, it's just hard to sort of calibrate your body towards, I need to hit it probably 5 yards further than that to make sure I am where I want to be. But on a hole like 14, you hit the ball 10 yards too far, you're in very big trouble.
You're in big trouble, yeah. 14 that I think can play like a par 5, a shorter 5, but it's a tough hole. And I knew you'd bring up holes 3, 4, 5. You have a tough par 3 and then back-to-back par 5s, which isn't real common. And that's a tough stretch on the first half of your front 9. So, those elevated greens can be tough coming back.
Tell us more, though. There's a lot going on here at Suncrest Golf and Grill, including an upgrade to something that, now, you know me, I'm a purist. I try to walk.
You try to walk.
Try to walk whenever possible, but I am no stranger to taking a nice, relaxing ride if that's what the afternoon or morning is presenting to me. So you've got that kind of on lockdown
now.
In
Western PA especially, it's not easy to walk, and you have about 8 or 9 out of 10 golfers are riding. So just a little more than a month ago at both golf courses, we got an entire new fleet of 2026 club car golf carts, which are fantastic. State of the art, great tech. Everybody loves now GPS in their carts. They survived without it for forever. and now they have it and can't go without it. So beautiful new rides on both golf courses. So fantastic. Very happy about that.
And you're also still just, again, I want to stress this to people. You want to talk about a place that's a great value. This place is always in phenomenal shape. That's the other thing. Like, you want to play like a nice lush golf course. I don't think I've ever seen Suncrest in anything other than peak shape.
It's in excellent shape this season. Our crew, led by Neil Finn, just worked so hard here and at Conley, keeping both places in fantastic condition. Christina Mock, who you met here earlier, has been here for 35 years and keeps the ship running over here. The places are in fantastic shape, and it is an incredible value over here. And you get to play both places. We have folks that come from out of town and play Conley and Suncrest in the same day or the same weekend. We have some folks arriving today, actually. They're going to play Suncrest today and Conley tomorrow. So it's incredible value over here.
So a friend of mine's, Craig, I got one for you before you jump in, Craig. Just to that point, and this is like a long-standing thing. A friend of mine, his significant other, was in visiting, and she's actually a native of Toronto, Canada, not Ohio. And she actually told me that her father, when she was growing up, was a golf professional. So I guess once a golf pro, always a golf pro, still is, spiritually at the very least. He and his friends, because of the cost of golf up there, even back then, 25, 30 years ago, would drive down to play Conley and Suncrest.
It's happened,
which is wild to me. They're coming, but they'd say, "Hey, yeah, we're going down to play some nice courses down in north of Pittsburgh."
Yeah, and staff around here, and even some other players ask about, or when are the Canadians coming back, because they would come and stay for a weekend and play the golf courses. They haven't been around for a couple of years, but it really is wild that they would drive down from Canada to spend some time at our properties.
Yeah, Josh, real quick, one thing I wanted to point out too, between Conley's and Suncrest. Not to scare off the guys at Suncrest from playing the back tees, but you have plenty of tees to take care of golfers of all levels and abilities. Correct?
Absolutely. We do. And Chris wants to get out there for a red tee challenge. So to tick off.
I don't have my Sherpa though, Craig. No. I'm going to do this without you here today. After it holds off, and it kind of looks like it's going to. I'm going to be out there flying blind. I'm going to be putting the peg in the ground without my caddy and my hype man kind of talking me up here.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how you do out there. I'm sure you'll do just fine. It's not that killer. It's not that killer heat that we had on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
No, conditions are all right, but I mean, to put in perspective, I'm a 7.8 index right now, and even moving up to the furthest up tees on the app. On the USG app, I'm still a 2 from the gold tees, which are the furthest up. So definitely a challenge. And then there's another thing that's great about the way you can book tee times here as well is different from a lot of other places in the area, and frankly, a lot easier, more convenient.
It is. So both golf courses, you can go online as you can in a lot of places, but something new that we have that is unique in, at least on our half of the state in Western PA, is that you can even get on a virtual waiting list. So you don't find the tee time that you want for that day, the rest of the summer. You want to be notified on, say, every Saturday that you can play between 9 and 11 a.m. You can enter our virtual waiting list so that you're the first to be notified when there's a time available for you. We know it's tough for people to schedule around when they want to play. You don't want to search endlessly around golf courses to get the time that suits you or your friends. So get on our wait list for free. You can go online and do it at Suncrest and Conley, and we'll let you know when the time is open up. So we're the only ones doing it around here, Chris. So maybe others will catch on someday. But we want to make it as easy for folks to come out. We love the value out here. Remove as many barriers as we can for people to play when they want.
I've got a theory. I've got an idea, and maybe you've already done this, and I don't know.
It's going to be about match play again?
No, it's not going to be about match play. I thought about doing that to you, but I ask you that every time, and you're always like, "Come on, Chris, give me a break."
We'll do it.
I think we got to do something that channels like the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, where you've got 2 courses here, sister courses. You'd always see back in the paper when they'd have the Pebble Beach promo. Is he at Spyglass today, or is he at Poppy Hills or whatever?
Yeah.
Or now they're at Pebble. I mean. Call it the sister course, whatever you want to call it. 36 holes, baby.
Yeah,
Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Play one course one day. Maybe it's like the Saturday wave has it tougher at Suncrest and then tries to make it happen.
Leading up to today, I thought this might come up, that what are we going to have percolating for some competition, some tournaments?
I love it.
To use these two golf courses, and maybe in 2027, we'll figure that out. And one day you're at one and the next year at the other and bring it home for a championship. So,
I'm just saying. I'm just putting that that little worm in the brain to see if that it can take any kind of route.
I love a good tournament.
I know you do, and you run some of the best that I've ever been a part of. Speaking of tournaments, 154th Open Championship, Birkdale looks glorious. It's all brown except for the greens, which is how it should be for links golf.
Yes.
Just your quick thoughts on both the Bryson situation, and then I always like to get your take on who you actually think is going to walk away with the Claret Jug.
So, we talked a couple months ago about what our favorite majors were in the order, and you love this major championship. And for me, it's like third. And then after the dramatic day yesterday, it just kind of rockets up. There's so much intrigue, and the Bryson thing is just wild, and almost not playing today over that. Stomping around like an elephant, as you put it, to improve that swing path.
I like Bob Friend saying he looked like Sasquatch out there, because that's a PGA Tour professional who's competed at the highest level, saying, yeah, he looked like Sasquatch.
Yeah, I'll have to listen to your take again, Craig, because I couldn't hear it, but it's really something else. And as I said, we're not talking about the guys that shot 62. Sam Burns, one of them. I had Sam as maybe pulling this out, and Corey Connors, actually. So, yeah, long shot. So,
I like it.
You like that? So it's sitting at -2 right now, I think.
Yeah. I mean, to me, -2 is like as far down as I would go with a guy and say, like, yeah, he could still make it happen. Connors is at 2 under par. So is the man in possession of one of the greasiest short games in history, Patrick Reed. You want to talk about a villain? Captain America himself. Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing P make a little charge. Here's the other reason, Craig, we're watching this in here at Suncrest Golf and Grill. We got it on all the TVs, as you would expect. The other reason I love the Open is poor Xander Schauffele right now is in an unbelievably special realm, rung of hell. I can't describe the shot he's attempting to hit other than to say there's about as good of a chance that his club just smashes off the turf and he doesn't even get near the ball as there is he makes contact with the golf ball here.
Or injures himself.
That's one of the beautiful things about the British Open is the shots you see there are so unconventional because the ball can end up just about anywhere.
Right, he left it in the bunker, and now he's against the face of the bunker now. So I'm doing play-by-play, which you're not supposed to do. He couldn't get anything on this ball. I would have chipped it out sideways, honestly, if I were him. I think I would have gone backwards away from the green where he had a better stance and angle and everything, because there's just no chance. And now he's going to be lucky to make bogey out of this.
Looking at that stance there. You think your knee can handle that?
No. Thank God it's my left knee, because if I were in his stance, I would just call my orthopedist for my right knee. It looks horrible. It looks incredibly bad. Anyway.
Yeah, that's the beauty of those bunkers over there. When you see that sod laid, man, it's and think about it, each one of those shots is thousands and thousands of dollars.
Thankfully for Xander, I don't think he's too worried about that. But he managed to get it out there, so he's going to end up probably making 5, which is why he's on tour and has won 2 majors, and I'm sitting in here talking about him. All right, so Corey Connors is one pick for you, and then.
And I still stuck with Rory.
Still stuck with Rory.
In a little friendly competition with some other owners and operators around the state. Those were 2 of my guys. So we'll see what happens today and tomorrow.
Well, come on out here and take my advice. And if you haven't experienced Suncrest Golf and Grill and Conley Resort, but we're at Suncrest today. And to me, no offense to Conley at all, this is if you want to really challenge yourself of the 2, I think it's the tougher track. Come out here, great bar you can come to afterwards.
Yes,
watch
absolutely.
the Open Championship. They got a lot of good, fancy-looking beers on tap,
Yes.
Good food, great course, always in great condition. And Josh, always a pleasure to talk to you about it.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks,
I
man.
appreciate it.
All right, we'll finish up.
Josh.
Craig Mankins, you just heard him. Chris Muller, we'll finish things up. Final predictions. I have a name we have not yet mentioned on today's show that I actually think is going to walk away with the Claret Jug. I will tell you who that is when Going Low continues and concludes live from Suncrest Golf and Grill right up here on Route 8 in the corridor. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. One day after the Pirates Guardians were postponed due to poor air quality, they'll attempt a doubleheader today in Cleveland. 1:10, the first pitch for game number 1. That is Jared Jones against Gavin Williams. The nightcap, scheduled for 7:10, features Braxton Ashcraft against Logan Allen. Coverage of both games is on 93.7 The Fan, and the game 1 coverage begins at noon with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more headlines, 93.7thefan.com.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-241-5944. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-241-5944 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-241-5944 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-241-5944.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best 2 fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see Ball Flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492
9990.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Okay, golfers, we're here to talk about golf.
Helping you with your golf game. This is Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, it is Going Low. PGA professional Craig Mankins, Chris Muller, live from Suncrest Golf and Grill. I think, for my money, there's a bunch of golf courses up here on Route 8, including the sister course, Conley Resort. I do think Suncrest in the best condition and the nicest of the bunch, and just the toughest of the bunch, too. Just a test. Small greens, tough pins if they want them to be, and blind approach shots. And I'm going to be doing it'll be, I guess, a red tee challenge that's really gold, because I believe it's the gold tees or the up tees. I will be attempting to break par on the back nine, which is also the tougher of the two nines, which also features, in my opinion, one of the literal 18 toughest public golf holes in the entire area, the 17th hole. Just an absolute knee breaker from, like, just imagine somebody hitting you with a billy club in the knees and then saying, go play this hole, 230 yards from the back tees, par 3. And Josh is telling me in my ear right now that they witnessed an ace at that hole, which that guy, if he hit it from I don't care what tees he hit it from, you make an ace on that hole, everyone should have to buy you drinks. You should have to invert the format of usually having to pay for booze. By the way, Fan 5 alarm. It's hitting the links. We're looking for a course to partner with. All proceeds will go to our local volunteer fire departments. If you own or manage a course and you want to host our 5-alarm classic, let us know. Text 412-928-9370 or comment on our socials. Craig, we've got all this DeChambeau drama, and I'm not going to say it's in the past now, because I'm sure it's going to be the only thing people are talking about once he tees off. But there is the business of who's actually going to win this tournament that you and I need to discuss. So you see here right now, you've got a relative unknown, a guy from, I said it wrong, I said it was the High Flyers. He's a member of Rippers GC. I can't believe I don't have my live team names and affiliations down pat. Lucas Herbert, 8 under, 2 clear of the field. No disrespect whatsoever intended to him, but he is a relative unknown that a lot of people, I don't think, feel is going to actually hold on to this lead. Who do you see right now with Ryan Fox currently 6 under and 6 under on his round? So he's on 59 watch at this point with 6 holes to play. Who do you see right now being the favorite for this tournament with so many big names within 4 shots of the lead, I'll say?
Yeah, I don't know so much that there's a favorite, but, Sam Burns played so good at the U.S. Open, and he just missed, and even hit some good shots down the stretch. I think he's really hungry. Cam Young, he's right up there. But I also agree that 4 shots back, I told Jeff Hathorn on Thursday, I thought McIntyre would be in the lead after 36 holes, in which he's not far off. And, besides for a couple of bad holes down the stretch for him, I think he would be a couple closer. I think it'll be a great event here, these last 36 holes. You also have Scotty Scheffler, lurking right there. I know, when he was 4 under through the first 6 holes, I thought, oh boy, here he comes. He's gonna run away and
if it wasn't for his putter, Craig, I think betraying him both days. I actually do think this tournament would be devoid of much drama, because I actually think he would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 under right now. And
yeah,
he hit the ball unbelievably well yesterday and just got so little out of it because he lost something like 2 strokes to the field putting. I think he could be 12 under par easily right now.
You know, it was amazing. So I woke up early on Thursday, 6 a.m. to listen. And they talked about Scotty, technically, statistical wise, he's improved his putting. And, he's not hitting his iron shots. We all know that he's one of the best iron game guys ever. And, they said he's just not hitting them in there like he used to. But every time they say that, he misses a 3 or 4 footer. And, it's just hard to convince yourself, that it's hard to convince yourself that it's his irons. It's his putter. I agree with you 100%. I think you can't trick your eyeballs, right?
He's going to be in the tougher wave. It looks like the wind is supposed to get up a little bit. So you're seeing some very low scores out there already. Like I said, Ryan Fox is making a major charge right now. And who knows how low he could end up going. He's still got both par 5s left. Here is the name I have not, I don't think, said one time other than to give a scoreboard update that I think is actually going to win this thing. You ready?
Who you got?
I think Cam Young's finally going to do it. I don't know if it's, and I don't know if I'm saying this to you because he's just not really been talked about much, but he hit the crap out of the ball yesterday, first and foremost. It seems like he's putting it enough. We know his putter can be very unsteady at times and very much like a streaky putter. And that when it's on, he's probably the second best player in the world ahead of Rory, but it's very rarely on to that degree for a long period of time. I'd put him right up there with Scheffler. The Bryson stuff, the fact that there are so many other big names and bigger personalities and storylines like Fleetwood near his home, 10 minutes away from where he grew up, or Scheffler just trying to get another, or Bryson and everything with him, or, name any of these other guys, right? Sam Burns, Herbert, shooting these big rounds. Young is sitting there at 6 under. Of players within 2 shots of the lead, he is the most accomplished one. And I don't feel like he has been spoken about at all. And so I actually think Cam Young, who's putting it well enough and definitely hitting it well enough, is actually my pick to pick off his first major championship and win this thing.
I think that's a good pick. I love that no matter what happens, there's a good chance this tournament's going to come down to the last 4 holes played. And that's one of the reasons I love this tournament. You and I both, it's my favorite. And I think it's just a little different than what you and I can say. It's amazing to see what the heat did to the place over there. I mean, when I turned it on Thursday morning, I saw how brown and how hard it was.
I like it. Firm and fast, baby. They turn off. They should be letting the greens out more than they are. That's my big takeaway. So, but I love it. I think that if the wind picks up, it's going to be a little tougher scoring. But so far, most of these guys have been making this place look a little defenseless today, which is fine. It's a very crowded leaderboard, but it could turn into a shootout. In the 18th at Birkdale, definitely a tester for some people where there's actually out of bounds looming of all things. So you can't really look away. Craig, that'll do it for us, though, because we got the Panther Insider Show coming up next with Pat Bostic. I'll give you a quick check of fan weather. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Humid with heavy thunderstorms today and tonight, so it should push some of that smoke out of the region. A high of 82, which is Marty Straka, if you're so inclined, or John Taylor, if you like the 80s 49ers, if you go by jersey numbers here.
John Stallworth, Chris.
John Stallworth, yes.
John Stallworth, jeez.
I know. I'm sorry. I probably should have done that first. Or Yancey Thigpen. I'll try to redeem myself here. Producer Sean Myers wrote Marty Straka on there, so blame him for me going down the jersey number rabbit hole. Thanks to Josh Janino and everybody here at Suncrest Golf and Grill. Great place. Come out here, take in the course, take on the challenge. I have talked it up. I don't think I'm exaggerating. It is one of the sneaky, tougher, and better tracks you're going to find in the entire area. So come out here and see them. It's just a great place to be. Craig, always a pleasure, man. Have a great Saturday. And to everybody out there, thanks to Gabe on site here, to Sean Myers producing. He's Craig Mankins. I'm Chris Muller. This was Going Low. The Panther Insider Show is next on The Fan.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Must finance HMF and OAPR Tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plate. Select models only. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. In-stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 7/31/2026.
Get to Mike Cameron Hyundai for huge 4th of July savings all month long. New 2026 Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive $3,000 in bonus cash. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Hey, my friend Taylor Fournier. During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Jeep of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No games, no waiting. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, haven't run into it yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has two 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we help Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I've got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Getting Medicaid and Medicare benefits from different companies can feel confusing. With PA Health and Wellness, it's easier to manage your care in one place. PA Health and Wellness Medicare is called WellCare, but it's all part of the same trusted company. With WellCare, you'll have the same level of care management that you receive with PA Health and Wellness. Keep all your Medicaid benefits and enjoy simpler health coverage. Visit pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates had their game postponed on Friday in Cleveland against the Guardians due to the poor air quality. They're now slated to play a doubleheader today, a split doubleheader, 1:10 and 7:10, that weather permitting. Jared Jones against Gavin Williams in the first matchup, with our coverage on 93.7 The Fan beginning at noon, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And then a 7:10 first pitch scheduled. Braxton Ashcraft against Logan Allen is the matchup for the nightcap. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more headlines, you could visit 937thefan.com.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about.
It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Let's go! The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It is the Panthers Insider Show. I'm Pat Bostic with you for the next hour, as we are every Saturday, 52 weeks a year. And speaking of weeks, only 6 Saturdays left without Pitt football here in the city of Pittsburgh. So 7 weeks, 49 days until the Panthers take on Miami of Ohio. Ben Roethlisberger's alma mater at Acrisure Stadium in just 49 days. ACC Media Days this week, ACC Kickoff as it is appropriately named. Everyone taken to the podium, questions being asked about the upcoming season, favorites tabbed as we prepare for yet another season. Pat Narduzzi's 12th at Pitt. He addressed the media. We will hear from him in the second segment, just about 8:20. We will roll the tape from his remarks at ACC Kickoff in Charlotte yesterday. Mason Heichel, Ryan Baer, and Braylon Lovelace also met with the media down there, took the trip down to Charlotte, and shared some words with folks. Some interesting stuff. Going to play a little bit from Mason, obviously one of the marquee returning starting quarterbacks in the Atlantic Coast Conference going into 2026. A big year on the horizon for him, his sophomore campaign at the University of Pittsburgh. The smoke seems to be out of the way. Sean Myers behind the glass. Sean, that was kind of weird, man. It's like, is it every other year that we're kind of getting this? The Canadian forest fires?
So I will admit, I had no idea this was coming this time. And what happened was, I think it was Thursday afternoon. I actually went to the driving range, hit a couple balls early in the day. It was fine. It was hot out, but it was fine.
Yep.
And then I went shopping, went into a store. I was in there like 20 minutes. It was completely fine when I went in. By the time I walked out, the entire area, this is like Harmarville, was just smoke-filled, and my eyes immediately started watering.
Yeah.
Just from leaving the store, walking to my car, less than a minute, my eyes were watering. And I'm like, my goodness, what's going on here? And mistakenly, I thought this was as a result of the implosion of like the Squirrel Hill Tunnel Bridge, the one right after.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, that's kind of wild that it made it this far from Squirrel Hill to Harmarville. And then I see on my phone, this is wildfire from Canada. And I actually broadcast youth baseball Thursday and Friday, and I was stunned that they still played. Now, I will say it wasn't as, you couldn't smell the smoke as much there in Latrobe as where I live, but it was still extremely smoky, hazy, all that. It's a really scary thing because I'm in good health, you're in good health, but if you're a young kid or a senior citizen or someone with asthma, it's got to be a nightmare where you basically can't even go outside. And I'm sure some people, unfortunately, have to be outside all day with their jobs or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly if you've got, issues with breathing, short of breath, what have you, asthma, see a lot of those masks out there to filter it out. I was at my barber's, Eddie's in McKees Rocks, Kennedy, actually. And Kevin's one of his assistants, and we were watching the TV as I was getting my hair cut, the hairs that are remaining. And it was like the equivalent of smoking 6 cigarettes was essentially like if you're in this atmosphere outside for an hour. And Kevin said, what kind of cigarettes? And it's like, I don't know if that really matters, Kev, but are they menthols or what have you? But no, it was trippy. I was here in the morning doing the fan morning show with Crowley and Doran, and I guess graduate Dom now, as Nicholas Harry Callis continues his escapades in the Emerald Isle. I think he's back next week, right?
You weren't here for Quiz Dom, were you?
No, I was gone by that.
That was bad.
It was bad, yeah. I mean, Dom has a bravado about him, so when he goes down hard. But I left here, I had a breakfast downtown, went to the office at the Peterson Event Center, kind of hunkered down, did some work. It was normal in the morning. I come out of my office in the afternoon, on Thursday afternoon, I'm like, it looked like, literally, I'm driving to Mount Lebanon from the city, which is interesting right now with all the construction, obviously the tunnel being closed, and you couldn't see downtown from Oakland. You could not see the UPMC logo. You couldn't see anything. So it was interesting, but nonetheless, that smoke is out of the way and our eyes are clear. And despite some thunderstorms in the area today, we'll get to fan weather later. Looks to be a decent weekend and 7 weeks left until college football is underway here locally. And there'll be a lot going on and a lot to talk about with regard to Pitt football heading into 2026. Really cool news this week coming out of ACC Media Days. They oftentimes announce the broadcast lineups for the Atlantic Coast Conference. And obviously ACC primetime games are important on the network. And it was really cool to see Max Brown, former Pitt quarterback, also USC product, will be joining Wes Durham for the marquee call. He has just been on a meteoric rise. I kind of knew this about him from his time at Pitt, that short stint in 2017. Really handled himself well, smart, thoughtful, obviously playing the quarterback position, really understands the game. But the power of social media really at work here, I think, for Max. Not only his talent, obviously he deserves these opportunities. He's a terrific color analyst. As one that takes a lot of pride in doing that job myself, you know, sometimes it takes one to know one, and I think he is just the best of the best. But the breakdowns and stuff he'll do on social media, film breakdowns, are just excellent. So I implore you to follow Max on X and on Instagram. He is terrific, and he'll be calling primetime ACC ball games with Wes Durham, the one and only Wes Durham, coming here in just a few short weeks as we got week 0 on the horizon. Speaking of the Emerald Isle, too, the countdown clock will be shorter next year because Pitt's heading to Ireland to play Wisconsin next year. And I was scrolling this morning getting prepped for the show, and I'm like, man, that's about a year away. I remember when that was announced. So a lot to look forward to in terms of Pitt football, not only in this year, but beyond. And ACC kickoff, again, the prognosticators this time of year are running rampant with preseason rankings and player of the year pundits out there talking about, obviously, Malachi Toney at Miami, the prohibitive favorite to repeat as not only the offensive player of the year, but overall player of the year. But you start to see dark horse candidates, Darian Mensah, CJ Bailey. And once again, Mason Heinschel flies a little bit under the radar. And the conclusion of 2025, I think, has something to do with that. The bowl game left a lot to be desired for everybody. If you take stock in a bowl game performance, the Panthers obviously falling to East Carolina in the Military Bowl in Annapolis, but falling short against Notre Dame and Miami, I think, dampened what was a little bit of a wet blanket over what was really a special year for a true freshman. One of the better true freshman campaigns we've seen from a quarterback at the University of Pittsburgh. And his comments to the media, which we'll get to later, I think they underscore a chip on his shoulder, but a confidence that he has heading into this season that I think is a real one. I think this guy has some stuff to him, and I've said it before on this show, that make him really unique. And Pat Narduzzi talked about that as well when he met with the media. We're going to get to that audio here in just a bit. Let you listen to Pat Narduzzi's comments, some funny exchanges with some reporters. I always laugh. These reporters come from everywhere. They flock in, and obviously they have the opportunity to ask questions to all the various coaches across the ACC. Pat Narduzzi, this is his 12th go-around as the head coach at the University of Pittsburgh, so he's used to some of these personalities, so it's great to hear him in that back and forth. We'll get to that audio next. We'll talk Pitt football. We'll talk this upcoming season. And if we have time, we'll take your calls in the final segment. 412-928-9370. It's the Panthers Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. Pirates, Guardians. It was postponed on Friday, the result of poor air quality in Cleveland. They're hoping to play a doubleheader today, weather permitting. The first game would be at 1:10. The second one would be at 7:10. Jared Jones against Gavin Williams. In the day game, the nightcap, Braxton Ashcraft versus Logan Allen. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan, as well as the free Odyssey app, begins at noon with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is partnering with Valley Forge, and they're changing the game because sometimes your players get subbed off and your bet goes with them in these big soccer matches. Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your guy gets subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with that substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We have reached the end of one of the most incredible, outstanding soccer tournaments ever. And don't get left on the sideline. If your guy gets put over to the sideline and gets subbed out, FanDuel Super Sub protects you and your parlays for these end-of-tournament games, the biggest of games, the games that are going to decide who ultimately wins the championship. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adios Day is more than just great racing. It's a full day of entertainment. Meet Pittsburgh Dad. Meet Pony from 93.7 The Fan, and even meet Bubba. Enjoy great food, live entertainment, and experience one of harness racing's biggest traditions. Plus, 5 lucky fans will each win a $1,000 betting voucher for the Adios Pace. Admission and parking are free. So bring the family and spend your Saturday at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder and Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panthers Insider Show. Going to get to Pat Narduzzi and his comments down at ACC football kickoff here in just a second. But first, Guaranteed Picks are brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned for over 60 years and the lowest prices in town. Guaranteed. When Pat Narduzzi gets behind a mic, generally he says something interesting, something that you take away, and a guaranteed pick would be that this press conference in Charlotte is no different. A lot of rudimentary, elementary conversation, standard preseason stuff, but a couple zingers in there. Let's see if you can spot them. Pat Narduzzi from Charlotte.
All right, everybody. It's great to get to Charlotte. We had a great dinner in Charlotte last night, so appreciate all the hospitality here in Charlotte. Our guys had a great dinner, and we're excited, obviously, for this 2026 season. I always think this kickoff is really the beginning of this season, and starts to get your heartbeat going. But we're excited to play in one of the best leagues in the country. I can't tell you the respect I have, obviously, for Jim Phillips and what he does as a conference leader, and really, what the ACC is as far as a football program or football, conference. So I don't think it gets enough respect. I think we play some of the best players in the country, and I'm excited where we are. So we're fired up in Pittsburgh and can't wait for the season to start. with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Coach, thank you. Your first question will come right side, third row. Gentleman right there at the aisle.
Okay.
Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good. You guys project to be solid in the trenches on both sides of the ball again this year. That's something that's really kind of helped build that hard-nosed brand of football that people expect from Pitt. Can you talk about what you've seen from those guys on both sides of the ball and kind of what that does for that brand of football that Pitt is built on?
Yeah, I think anytime you talk about football, you better win it up front. And, with that O-line, D-line, I think it all starts up front. We've got, Ryan Baer up here. When he sits at this podium, he'll have to crank this mic up like that. It starts with him at right tackle. Obviously a tremendous player that's played a lot of years, a lot of games in a Pitt jersey and Pitt helmet. So we're excited about really that right side of the line. We have some other guys that we're filling in. We've got a transfer from Penn, Tino Oliveri, that we're excited about. Ryan Corrett at center, Kendall Stanton at the left guard spot right now. So I feel really good with our O-line and really the depth behind it as well. Gio Cooley's a guy from Erie, PA that we're looking to be that swing guy at the tackle spot. So I feel really good there. And we've got swing guys throughout. And then on the defensive line, starts inside. Those defensive tackles with Nick James and Ryan Fitzgerald. Fitz is a dude up front. He's athletic. He's tough. And then we've got probably 4 defensive ends that can rotate in there. We were a little short on defensive ends last year, so we're excited to have some depth there and stay healthy.
Coach, first row, right side.
Coach, Dan Tortora, wakeupcalldt.com. How are you?
I'm doing great, Dan. I woke up real early this morning, so you like that.
So you were hired on December 26, 2014 to Pitt. So many coaches change within a couple years here in college football. You've stayed true to Pitt. Pitt stayed true to you. What has that loyalty meant, and what does it mean to you to be one of the few coaches to say where you're going to be and to actually hold true to your word?
Yeah, Dan, appreciate the question. To me, loyalty is everything. My dad had a piece of paper, and it was a loyalty quote folded up and in his wallet. And he had it there until he died back in 1988. And he always talked about loyalty. So I'm a loyal guy. I like loyal players, and loyalty is everything. And I think too many guys think about where the next job is going to be. Players think about where the next team's going to be. And we have all these. And I think the best thing for you to do is stay in certain places for a long time. I stayed with Mark D'Antonio for 11 years prior to coming to Pitt, going on season number 12. I turned down, several head coaching jobs prior to taking this one because they weren't the right jobs. And I said, when I take a head job, it's going to be the right place and a place that we can win. That's all going in the same direction. And I think with Chancellor Gable and Alan Green, I love where things are going. I fit with the people there, and I love our players and team. And I want to build a legacy in Pittsburgh, and that's what we're setting out to do.
Just right behind him, Coach. Sir on the second row.
Thomas Christopher of the League Winners. Coach, you've had back-to-back seasons with incredibly strong starts, but the end of those seasons have kind of dimmed those performances a bit. Can you just talk about any potential adjustments you're making to have a complete season? Yeah, well, we adjusted it already. This year we're not playing Miami and Notre Dame at the end of the year. We had a pretty damn good run. I think Miami played a national championship game, and I think Notre Dame was pretty good. And probably both of them should have been in the playoffs. So I would say last year, and I don't go back and look at what happened last year, the year before, or this or that. But I think we did pretty good, and we didn't play our best games in those. And those are two pretty good football teams. So we'll have our chance again someday.
Coach, we're going to go on the right side again, this time all the way to the back of the room.
You guys on the left, wake your asses up, okay? It's all on the right here. I feel like I'm going to start talking over here. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Steve with College Football Sunday. I know we still ain't able to get that 13th month like we talked about last year, but can you talk about how important it is not having that spring portal to where you know who your team is through the spring, through the summer, and into the year?
Yeah. I've got less gray hair. I'm not thinning out as much as I was prior to the two portal windows, but, I'll say this. I think, one portal window is great. I'm all for our guys having opportunities to go where they want to go, where we want them to go, whatever may be the case. I think that portal is a two-way street. But I think one portal window is all you need. We're hoping as coaches to get it moved down to 10 days instead of 15 days. I'll make a point of that. I think that's important. I think one of the things you hate about the portal right now, and the one window compared to two is night and day. I think it's the way, our team knows they can go out in spring ball and they're going to be with their guys. What's the talk in the locker room after spring ball? It's like all that baloney that you don't want to deal with, I don't want any of our players to deal with it. I think it's it's bad talk, bad communication in the locker room. I just think it's negative stuff that needs to be removed. So to have it for one 10-day window or 15-day window, but I think it also, if we can go down to 10 days, it eliminates the tampering by 5 days. Okay, and whether it's your quarterback in the last 5 days getting tampered with, or whatever it may be, I think it's bad stuff, and I think it needs to be eliminated. But why eliminate? We're not going to get rid of tampering tomorrow, but the fewer days, the less tampering there'll be. Yes, sir. In the yellow, I don't want your arm getting any tireder than it is. I think so. What I like to do is, to me, football's football. I'm like a football junkie. And if we're not practicing, the Steelers are, it's a beautiful day. Okay, if nobody's practicing, it's kind of a boring day. So we like practice. We finish spring ball, then the Steelers go into their spring football. So to me, it's a major advantage when kids come on visits. They can go out and watch the Steelers practice. They can watch Mike McCarthy, Mike Tomlin. We got the Mikes over in Pittsburgh, but you might call me Mike Narduzzi pretty soon. But to have Mike Tomlin for 11 seasons, now going into Mike McCarthy and seeing a defensive guy transition to an offensive guy is fun. It's football. And for our players to go out there and watch it, not only in recruits, but for our players, from Mason to Ryan Baer to go out and watch the O-line coach, to watch the D-line coach, watch them coach, watch the drills, pick up, watch the tempo. I think it's a major, major advantage for us. And again, we enjoy playing at Acrisure Stadium as long as we don't tear the field up. But,
Coach, left side.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Owen Hillman at the League Winners. Can you speak to what excites you about Corey Sanders and what you feel like made him the right fit for the Pitt defensive coordinator role?
Yeah, with the retirement of Randy Bates, who I talked to last week, was his birthday. So happy birthday again, Coach Bates. We're obviously disappointed that he's retired, but happy obviously for him. But really excited for Corey Sanders to run our defense. He's been running it for years. He's been here for 7 years, 8 years. I don't know what it is right now, but he knows our defense inside and out. It's a fresh voice in the room. I'm excited just for that opportunity for him to start his career as a defense coordinator at the Power 4 level. Again, there's nobody that knows the defense better than he does in our building, and he's fun to work with, and he's positive. So we're excited about that new change. There'll be some new wrinkles.
Coach, right side, third row.
Jay Jacobs with Greenville Sports Media. I wanted to ask you, you have one of the top centers in the ACC and also in the country. Can you tell your thoughts about how important that particular position is for your team?
Yeah, there's two really important guys. Ryan Coretta, our starting center, he touches the ball every snap, and he snaps it to our quarterback. So for him to get a consistent snap, because I think it's so important for our quarterback to have his eyes down the field. If he's worried about the snap is going to be the right or left, the center is critical. Again, snapping the ball every down, obviously, doing what he does, as far as communication goes prior to every snap. So we're looking forward to an exciting year with Ryan Coretta. Touching that ball every down and giving it to Mason too. I like that.
Coach, we're going to go back to Dan, first row, right side.
Okay, yeah.
Coach, looking at old Northeast football and what the Big East used to be, coming in and assimilating into the ACC, a lot of those Northeast schools have struggled. However, you played for 2 championships and you've won a championship. What does it say about Pittsburgh and what you've been able to do that other Northeast schools haven't been able to do as well?
Well, first of all, Pittsburgh is in the Midwest. There's a lot of confusion, really. I'm messing with you, Dan. Some people, that's always a big question. Are they a New England team? Are they but I think Philadelphia is, kind of New England. Pittsburgh is more Midwest, but that's for a different discussion. I just think, football in Pittsburgh is a little bit different. And I've coached up in New England, at the University of Rhode Island a long time ago. I just think, I think we have, whether you consider it New England or you consider it the Midwest, I think Pittsburgh is a football town. I think it's a city of champions. It's a steel city, and football is really important there. And that's the advantage we have in Pittsburgh.
Left side, second row.
Abby.
Abby Schnall, Pitt Athletics. Pat, the word that was going around on the radio with you guys this morning was the word unselfish. Why is that important to you, and how have you seen that come forth in this group?
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about on the radio, but it's good. We always talk about, about being together and being unselfish. But if that's what they're talking about in Pitt football, then we're going to have a great year. But I think, when you have coaches or players thinking about themselves and what's good for me as opposed to what's good for the team, if Mason worried about his passing stats or throwing completions and taking sacks because he doesn't want to have a bad completion ratio, that's a problem. He's thinking about just his stats, his numbers, and but we need our quarterback thinking about Pitt football and what's best for Pitt football. And and he understands what the turnover ratio is. I mean, it's important for us to win the turnover ratio every game. It's important for us to be in the top 20 in giveaways, okay? We do not want to give the ball away. So to me, that's part of the unselfishness part on the field, but it goes to off the field. I think we do have an unselfish football team, and I think, I'm excited about the team we have.
Coach, your last question, right side, third row.
Hi, Coach. Gatsby Good with Women in Sports Media. You've coached for the ACC for a long time, and you've built a great reputation with your defense. Are there any trends that you're starting to see in college football offensively that you can prepare your defense for?
We'll find out. Every year about fourth game of the season, we talk about, all these offenses, they go to the same clinic. All of a sudden, you start to see a different formation or a different motion or a different run play or pass play that everybody went to the same clinic and learned it, and then they came back and put it in on their team. So, we'll find out what that new trend for 2026, but there'll be some little wrinkle that we'll see, whether it be formation into the boundary or, some crazy formation that we'll end up seeing more of, unbalanced. A couple years ago was the big one. So we'll find out, what that may be, but, nobody tells us early. We have to adjust to that.
Coach, thank you. You and Ryan can switch spots.
Thank you. Hail to Pitt.
That was Pat Narduzzi from ACC Kickoff just yesterday addressing the media. And as I mentioned, a couple zingers in there. Called out the left side of the crowd, the assembled press, to wake their you-know-what up, which is standard. Mentioned the relationship with the Steelers, which I found very interesting. And I find really compelling moving forward because, during Pitt's time on the South Side, at the Rooney Sports Complex, early 2000s, there have only been 3 Steelers head coaches during that period of time. Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin, and now Mike McCarthy. And for the better part of Pat Narduzzi's 12 seasons, or soon to be 12 seasons, Mike Tomlin's been the head coach, and they had a very good relationship. And it sounds like the relationship with Mike McCarthy, obviously there's familiarity on the staff, Brian Angelico, Frank Signetti, folks that have been in and around the Pitt program, and Mike McCarthy coached at Pitt back in the late 80s and early 90s. And it is very unique. Obviously, if you get down there, it's hard to park sometimes and things of that nature, but for players and coaches to be able to watch OTAs, and obviously that is a privilege to be able to do that. It is highly unique, and we don't think about it a lot, having, being immersed in it. But when you remove yourself, obviously, at the conference level, there's no other school in the ACC that has that opportunity. Talked about that, but then also had to throw in that they don't want to tear the field up, which is still a sore subject. However, I don't anticipate the field getting as much press as it did a year ago. Obviously, I think the league, the NFL, obviously the folks down at Acrisure Stadium take that very seriously, and I think we'll do a better job here in 2026 with regard to the turf health. The one thing, Sean, I wanted to ask you, and I've been in Pittsburgh now 19 years. Wow. Pittsburgh is definitely Midwest, right? I mean, it's not. Nor if you're posed the question, and it's binary, Northeast or Midwest, which way do you go?
This is kind of a cop-out. I feel like it's sort of in between.
It's both.
I guess I would, well, so like many, many years ago, Pittsburgh was the gateway to the West.
Yep.
So just going off of that, obviously the West was way different back then. You could say Midwest. But when I think of Midwest, I'm thinking like not Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But I'm also on board with saying Northeast isn't Pittsburgh. So I don't know. Is there like, is Mid-Atlantic? Is that like a...
Yeah, a Mid-Atlantic. So for me, growing up closer to Philadelphia, and I'm curious what folks think about this. This is a very off the beaten path question, more of just a life question. Growing up closer to Philadelphia, and still having family out that way, I feel like Pittsburgh leans harder into Midwest sensibility and general just way of life, pace, things of that nature. Not that it's not a city that's on the cutting edge of things, but Rust Belt. Maybe Rust Belt's the right word.
So I'm looking this up just to see if there actually is an answer, and there's kind of a gray area.
Of course.
Rust Belt is one thing that was noted. It also says it's kind of at the crossroads of East Coast, Midwest, and Appalachia.
Yeah. When I think true Midwest, you're thinking like Milwaukee,
yes.
Minneapolis.
Technically, Pittsburgh this is AI, so who knows?
Who knows?
We kind of defer to whatever it says and don't really check it. Technically, Pittsburgh is located in the Mid-Atlantic or Northeastern.
Yeah, I think that's fair geographically. I think that generally, if you were to poll the populace, I think Pittsburgh is more proud of its Midwest sensibility than it is being located in the Northeast. That's where I think Pat Narduzzi was going with that. Anyway, we're going to talk in this next segment. We're going to extrapolate a little bit of what Pat Narduzzi talked about. And Mason Heitchel had a couple pointed comments that I want to play for you. And then something else that he said that I want to dovetail into a conversation about the skill on Pitt's offense. I don't think we've talked a lot. We talked a lot about their offensive line needing to get better, about Mason. But Mason was asked very pointedly, what haven't we asked you about that you want to talk about? And he said, you haven't asked me about the questions about our receivers and tight ends. And I want to talk about that. And he did that. And we'll get into that next on the Panther Insider Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates game was postponed on Friday in Cleveland due to poor air quality. As a result, weather permitting, Buccos will play a doubleheader against the Guardians today, 1:10 and 7:10 the matchups. Jared Jones against Gavin Williams in the day game. The nightcap is Braxton Ashcraft against Logan Allen. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at noon. That is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. The latest from the Open. It is at Royal Birkdale in Southport, England. Third round is underway for some competitors. Others will be teeing off relatively soon, including the leader, Lucas Herbert. He is at 8 under. He is 2 shots clear of Cameron Young and Ryan Gerard. They are both at 6 under, as is Jackson Suber. It is a 3-way tie for second place behind Herbert. This Open update is brought to you by TruGreen, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more headlines, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
You decide which artists play live at Jennerstown Speedway on August 23rd. Vote and win prizes for free at rocktheraceway.com. Grab your tickets and watch the top 4 compete for their share of $15,000. rocktheraceway.com.
Celebrate America's 250th with Joe Ball GMC. Buy any new or used vehicle by July 11th and get a $250 gas card. You can have it all at Joe Ball. Call now or visit joeballgm.com.
You can have it all at Joe Ball. Stop smoking. Alex Goen patented hypnosis.
It's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Stop Smoking seminars? And they said it could work for you. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. My friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed.
Why so effective? The only stop smoking method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious. Alex Goen breaks your connection to cigarettes, coffee, stress driving, even other smokers. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Cigarettes no longer own you. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop Smoking Seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Summertime means outdoor gatherings, neighborhood fun, and the summer of savings at Spitzer Toyota. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $198 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 27494 VIN TP 288304 front-wheel drive model 1852 5K due at signing 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 doc fee 0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 8/3/2026.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That Bob Pompiani PNC commercial is phenomenal. That spot. PNC Bank. Pompiani shows today, right?
He is, I don't know where. He's on some very nice vacation, I'm to understand. Yes.
So who's this filling?
Well, that's an interesting story. So it's going to be Austin Bechtold. We don't know exactly how long because the Pirates weren't supposed to play until the afternoon. Then they get pushed up to a 1 o'clock start with the doubleheader. But if you've looked at the forecast in this Midwest region, if you will, it's not very promising. There's potential for a lot of storms. So I guess it's a wait and see if the Pirates will actually play both games or if they'll play, maybe have to push back that first game potentially. I don't know.
We'll see what happens.
So he's only slated to go an hour and then we'll go into the Pirates, but maybe he'll be working overtime.
You got to be on your
got
to be on your toes. And I'm heading to the ball field after this. You mentioned games getting postponed, rescheduled because of the forest fire smoke in the area. We had that happen playing in Upper St. Clair this week. And got to give a birthday shout out to Jake Sellender. Big number 9 today for Jake. He's our 5-hitter. He's been slugging the ball. Had a big hit last week. I expect some big ones from him today as he gets to the cages this morning. 10 o'clock first pitch, Mount Lebanon, Bethel Park. Fired up for that game. Also fired up to watch number 6 play for Pitt this year. I just want you to listen to a couple minutes of his press conference yesterday from ACC kickoff. It's Mason Heichel.
Hey, Mason, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So last year you obviously had an impressive season for freshmen, right? ACC Quarterback of the Week, ACC Rookie of the Week a few times. What does that experience do for you going into year 2? And then during this offseason, knowing that you are now the starter, what areas do you think you have grown the most going into your sophomore season?
I think the biggest thing for me is everything in your question just ties back to leadership. I think getting that experience from this past year of, just kind of getting some games under my belt, getting some time under my belt, I think that's helped to show everybody that, I can play at this level and, have proven that. I think that allows for me to kind of, take that next step as a leader. Like I said, at the quarterback position, you kind of have to, like I said, take that step and, be a leader for these guys. And, they've done a really great job of, just being really receptive of what I'm trying to do. I think that's made us a really tight group. And, I'm excited to be able to show that this fall.
Mason, right side, 4th row, all the way against the wall.
Mason, Ryan Castle with Sons of Saturday. How are you doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Second year, full off season now with Cade Bell as the offensive coordinator. Do you feel like you have more freedom to operate in this offense and have more control over the offense?
Absolutely. Coach Bell and I have a really great relationship. He's really put a lot of faith into me for this offense, and I think for good reason. I think we proved that last year together that we can do some really special things, and I think we're going to take that next step as a group this year. Like you said, just kind of checking things at the line, seeing what coverage we're getting and getting us into the right play or right protection, just helping the offensive line out too, I think is going to be big for us. And, also ultimately just keeping me upright and, trying to be the best player that I can be and helping out our receivers too. We got some great players out there and we want to get them the ball in space and go make plays. So,
Mason, right side, 1st row.
Mason, Dan Tortora, wakeupcalldt.com. Journey back to that moment where Pat Narduzzi took you aside and said, hey, you're a true freshman, but you're going to be my starting quarterback. Bring me into his faith in you and that moment, what you remember about that moment.
Yes, sir. It was everything. He brought me into his office and told me I was going to be the guy this week. We were coming off that loss against Louisville, a really tough game. I remember I told this story before. He brought me into his office. He was like, yeah, we really need to win this week. Like, we got to get this one. We got to get back on track. And I told him, I looked him right in the face. I said, we will win this week if you play me. So, I think just having that confidence and, I think they had that belief in me as well. It really, set the tone for that week. I think we had a really great week of practice and we were ready to roll. So
we will win this week if you play me. For an 18-year-old to walk in with that confidence, obviously that's required at the quarterback position, but I think says a lot about who Mason Heichel is. And one of the reasons I'm so bullish about him, I think there's a humility to him and a self-awareness to him that is offset by great confidence and swagger. And with enhanced leadership, obviously a full year in the system, a full offseason as the guy, I think he's going to bring the best out of this offense. The biggest questions, and he posed this question to himself about the questions about the eligibles, if you will. I'm going to buzz through real quick before we close the show today. Who Mason Heinchel will be distributing the ball to. I think it starts obviously up front and with an enhanced and more consistent run game. Ja'Carrion Turner, returning starter at tailback, had a terrific 2025. I mean, guy can flat out go. He's a home run hitter. Looked for him to be a more consistent component of the run game, obviously. Rushed for 745 yards and 7 touchdowns. 25 catches for $150. It picked up Lavelle Wright, a bigger back that can offset in the short yardage situation. Sinquan Smith, Jaylen Brown, 2 talented redshirt freshmen. Now that word will go away. And then keep your eye on Damon Ferguson Jr. Seeing him a little bit in the offseason. He wasn't here in the spring. But in the summer, in some of the workouts they've been able to do, this guy can fly too. He's just like Boosie. Maybe a little bit more shifty. Tight end, Max Hunt. Carson Kent, transfer from Oklahoma, is a guy that I know Heinchel has a good rapport with. Elijah Lagg, more of a blocker. Then the receivers. And this is a position, I said it, you lose Kenny Johnson. Obviously, Poppy Williams out of eligibility. Your leading target a year ago. Blue Hicks, thought of highly across the league. Obviously, the transfer from Louisville a year ago. Tony Kinsler. Sincere Lee, going to wear number 10 this year. I think we'll see him kind of assume that Poppy Williams role. Tyreek Robinson has played. Bryce Yates is a guy that I tend to forget about too. Had that big catch against West Virginia, got tracked down, unfortunately, inside the 5, and we know what happened after that. But Yates is a good route runner, bigger guy, 6 foot. Rodney Dunbar, big freshman, 6'5", 190, full off season. Obviously, a chance goes here in the spring to get his feet wet and then lift and put some weight on that frame. Malik Knight had a big spring game, had a big tail end of spring. Western Carolina transfer, 6'1", 180. So, again, as I look at the group, there's depth, there's competition, there's different body types. I think they lack they've lacked it for a couple years now, frankly. I mean, going back to really the last, obviously Konate Mumfield had a great year and playing well for the Rams, but they haven't had a monster out there, right? That was just a flat out, 6'3" plus, going to box out and go up and get the ball. Could Malik Knight be that? Could Rodney Dunbar be that? But there's plenty of talent out there. And Heinchel expressed his confidence in that group and doubled down on it. So that's what I look forward to watching here as camp gets underway in just about a couple of weeks. 6 Saturdays away from kickoff. 6 Saturdays remain. 7 Saturdays away from kickoff. 6 Saturdays left with no football. And speaking of Saturday, fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Humid with heavy thunderstorms today and tonight. High of 82. Marty Straka, courtesy of Sean Myers. Been a good show, Sean, with the ones and twos behind the glass, getting that audio ready for us from Pat Narduzzi and Mason Heinchel. 49 days till kickoff. It's starting to feel like football. Pirates back at it today. World Cup, third place consolation game, and final tomorrow. The Open going on. Get your coffee and watch some golf. Great weekend to enjoy some time watching sports and friends and family. Stay safe. Have a great weekend, and hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For company, receiving the award for 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
The summer sales drive is in high gear at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Drive home the savings of the summer with exclusive offers on our lineup of Mitsubishi.
Like the new 2026 Outlander Trail Edition. Finance yours today for 0% APR for 72 months. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance. Plus, every new Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington.
Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. So I was thinking about this past weekend, specifically what I did. I had fun, and that meant hanging out with friends and doing some swimming, playing some games, but it also meant going from party to party, having burgers, hot dogs, some ribs, and more, not to mention a few sweets here and there, and drinks. Yeah, I had those too. Here's the thing. I never worried about any of it for 2 reasons. 1, Awaken 180 taught me how to enjoy those things in moderation. But the other major benefit of Awaken 180, when I go a little past moderation, I don't sweat it because I know my metabolism is firing on all cylinders even 3 years after losing the weight. By the way, I have proof of all of this because just out of curiosity, I stepped on the scale and I hadn't gained a single pound. And yes, it feels pretty great seeing that. Make the kind of change that I did. Lose the weight, reap the benefits, and take control of your health and your life with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Summertime and it's time to play on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. New casino users get up to $500 casino bonus back, plus 500 bonus spins on the hot soccer-themed game. BetParx Go, 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 collect 'em.
Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParx.com for T's&C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
The summer sales drive is in high gear at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills. Drive home the savings of the summer with exclusive offers on our lineup of Mitsubishi.
Like the new 2026 Outlander Trail Edition. Drive yours home today and save $7,000 off MSRP. Or finance for 0% APR for 72 months. Have a trade? Ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates game in Cleveland against the Guardians on Friday postponed due to poor air quality. As a result, they are scheduled to play a double dip against the Guardians today. The first game at 1:10, that pitch Jared Jones against Gavin Williams. The nightcap, 7:10 first pitch, Braxton Ashcraft against Logan Allen. Coverage of both games will be on 93.7 The Fan beginning at noon with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 93.7thefan.com.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, happy Saturday morning. Greetings from Cleveland. I am Jason Mackey. Thanks so much for that intro. That is Sean Myers back in our Green Tree Studios holding it down. I am a couple blocks from Progressive Field where, looking out the window, we should have some baseball today. At least one, anyway. The weather forecast here does not look great for the afternoon and the later game, but crossing my fingers, as I'm sure you're crossing yours. This has been a long All-Star break. Want to see some baseball being played. I certainly understand yesterday's game being postponed due to poor air quality. I was here. I was walking around at least moderately. Wasn't doing it for sport, but I can understand why it was postponed. It was uncomfortable. Even walking back and forth, got some breakfast, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Didn't stay completely indoors, but hours of exertion didn't seem like a great idea. So understand why they postponed. A little surprised we got to the ballpark and then they did it, but nonetheless, a double dip today, as Mr. Myers said, and looking forward to picking up the storylines with this Pirates team in the second half. This has been a fascinating first half, and I think there's a lot with the Pirates that's sort of unsaid, unwritten. Maybe that's appropriate with Jared Jones on the mound, using Sean, help me out. Is that Natasha Bedingfield?
Yes, it is.
Unwritten, Jared Jones' old walk-up song. I like his new walk-up song better. by Tyler Childers' biting list. But in any case, the Pirates, they barrel into the break. They won 8 of 13 against the Phillies, Nationals, Braves, Brewers, 7 of 10 overall. We're seeing a team with a very, very good offense. I think that is something that sort of opens up the door to a lot of possibilities. And we also have seen a bullpen that has been, it's struggled. It's had some, bright spots. I hesitate to call it that, but we've seen some signs, not as many as we'd like. There's an opportunity to add before and at the August 3rd trade deadline. They need to figure out some things internally, of course. The starting rotation, for me, I'm a little bit surprised we're here. It should be better than it is. That's a giant second half storyline, in my opinion. What becomes of the starting rotation? I think we did see some signs of that. Jared Jones, his last time out was perfect. Braxton Ashcraft, all-star Braxton Ashcraft, was a revelation. I think Paul Skeens is a lot better than maybe some of the numbers would indicate. But overall, the Pirates just 12th in Major League Baseball ERA by starting rotation, 4.20, batting average against as well at 240, 10th in whip, 8th in strikeouts. I'm not sure that's what anybody planned prior to the start of the season. So, what needs to happen in the second half for this to work? How do the Pirates make a charge from 50 and 47 to getting legitimately in contention? Right now, they are 2 games out of a wild card, 2.5 out, something like that. Be honest, I don't pay a ton of attention to it just because so much can and will change between now and then. But they are in a banger of a stretch right now. Games against the Guardians, 2 today, 1 tomorrow. We go to New York after that, home against the Cubs. The first 12 out of the break, all against teams currently above 500. And I believe you can throw 3 against the Diamondbacks in there as well. This is high time for the Pirates to figure it out. Other teams we're seeing, the Mets, for instance, they're going to have a fire sale. There's some pieces there that might interest the Pirates, talking about relief help. Curious if the Pirates, get in on a Luke Weaver, an AJ Minter, Brooks Raley. They would make sense. I don't know what the acquisition cost is going to be, but I certainly want to see the Pirates make a move here and address what's the biggest deficiency of this team so far in the bullpen. So going to take a lot of your calls. I tweeted something at @JMackey_PGH about today's edition of Bucko Talk, and we like to do this on a Saturday morning, have a little back and forth conversation. For you, what's the most, the move they must make, or the biggest question mark in your mind? Maybe that's the same thing. The most important player in the second half for you. Let me know, 412-928-9370. I will intersperse my thoughts throughout. Again, Sean Myers back in our Green Tree Studios. He'll take care of you. But Tony in Munhall always kicks us off. Don't want to keep Tony waiting too long. What's on your brain, Tony?
Good morning, Jason. Thanks for taking the call again, as always. I really look forward to this. Well, yeah, man. Optimism is on my brain this morning after kind of a down call last Saturday, up and down call, and then we go out and sweep the Milwaukee Brewers, right? So that's encouraging to me. Now, it's a big stretch. Paul Skeens, his last 2 starts, very, very, very solid starts and a lot of run support, right? So the run support is there, it seems like, for him. Is there a little bit of talk about now that Keller might be used second behind an opener? Because I did hear that. Maybe that's what we need to get him jump-started. Also, starting pitching. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I'm just agreeing with you, Tony, and I've learned to jot down what you say to come back to it because you like to throw a lot of stuff at me, and I appreciate it. But I'm not smart enough to remember it all, so we'll get back.
I'll keep it a little shorter today. So Robbie Ray's a name that I heard out there that might be acquirable. And like I said, I think one more starting pitching and 2 bullpen pitching arms is what we have to do. And I don't think, Jason, we can afford to wait until the deadline. It's just there's 2 movement every day, what's going on with all these teams. So I think they got to, again, I've been preaching to the choir with this, but you got to do something now rather than later. And finally, like I said, there's a couple guys down on the farm I wanted you to touch on. Jose Urquidy and Mike Clevenger, who would have to be added to the 40-man. I think Urquidy might still be on the 40-man. I'm not sure. But there's some internal pieces, but I really think that's the key going outside. And I'm not against trading some prospects because you have to trade something to get something. Edwin Florentino, to me, is expendable with the emergence of Valdez. I would keep Murph Gray. That's just my opinion. Okay, I'll hang up, and I'm going to be traveling, but I'll still try to get on next week. Talk to you soon. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Appreciate you, Tony. A lot of good points brought up there. I was going to get to Keller and his situation, maybe not specifically with an opener, although I think that's something that makes a lot of sense. That's a strategy I wouldn't be surprised if the Pirates employ a little bit more in the second half because they can. We see the addition of Brandon Eisert. Evan Sisk is currently on the IL with left elbow inflammation. When healthy, half of their bullpen is going to be left-handed. Their entire starting rotation is right-handed. So if you add that up and think about Keller struggling, that's what they did with Bubba Chandler. Back in that Atlanta start, I believe it was in June, early June. That was simply just to give Chandler a different look. Like, there was some strategy there, don't get me wrong, but Chandler was doing the same thing over and over again and not having a lot of success, so why not just change his environment? It ended up working for him. Mitch Keller has done the same thing over and over again and hasn't had the success, so why not change his environment? If I'm going to answer my own question about what's the biggest question mark to the second half, it honestly might be Mitch Keller. This is not at all what the Pirates paid for, what they expected. They're not, I don't want to say they're unhappy with it. It's not like they're, flipping out on Mitch Keller, but like they expected more. He expected more. He's a better pitcher than a 5.14 ERA through 19 starts. There needs to be a solution there. So if that comes with an opener, great. And if you have Eisert available, Mason Montgomery, Gregory Soto, they're going to be their late inning guys. You can preserve them for that once Evan Sisk gets back. You can kind of pick and choose. I would prefer at this point that they preserve Mason Montgomery for later in games. He was their opener. Maybe Eisert becomes that guy. Maybe Sisk becomes that guy. I don't care. But keep the two back-end guys at the back end. But Keller using an opener, sure. But they have to figure it out with the starting rotation. I have pretty good amount of faith that this offense is going to continue to score runs. If we step back and think about where this group is at, and it's in a very good place. Once again, I was looking at some of these numbers this morning. Let me pull up where they rank. In runs, they're second now, and they have one fewer game because they didn't play last night. 516, 886 hits. Batting average, they lead the league at 263. On base percentage, they're tied for first, 342. Slugging, they're third, 426. OPS, they're second at 768. I mean, that is like manna from heaven at this point. This team was terrible at the plate last season, and all of a sudden they have a legitimate weapon at the plate that's about to get a lot better. O'Neal Cruz, Spencer Horwitz, they're going to be back at some time in July. Not quite this early. We're going to see them on rehab assignments first. But Ben Cherington, the last we talked to him, I believe it was Sunday, was still optimistic they'd be back in July. So you bring those guys back. It's another thing I'm going to talk about a little later in the show. How do you balance that? Because they're in an interesting situation. Jake Mangum has played very well since May 30th, and Esmeralyn Valdez has been a revelation. You can't just kick those guys to the curb. But you're obviously going to play O'Neal Cruz. You obviously want to play Spencer Horwitz. You need to figure that out. It's a bit of a logjam. It's a good problem to have. But them having the offense opens the doors to a lot of things. But you have to figure out Mitch Keller, and you have to figure out the back end of games. And, that's going to be Dennis Santana pitching better, Isaac Mattson pitching better. And like Tony was talking about, go out and get somebody. You have to go get a reliever. And there are some options there. There will be more options. I know people want the Pirates to strike now, and I get it. But striking now kind of isn't as easy as it seems. Like, it's very easy to say you need to go act now. And believe me, I want to see them act and go act with some urgency. Now, the Mets are a good team to target. I mentioned Luke Weaver, AJ Minter, Brooks Raley. They have some guys. Antonio Senzatella from the Rockies would make a lot of sense. I get all that, but I wrote down the example this morning in prepping for this show. Me and a lot of other people were screaming about them going to get Aroldis Chapman or Garrett Whitlock or whatever. Well, guess what? The Red Sox are only, I think, a half game out of the wild card. I mean, they're not motivated to trade their guys, nor should they. If the Pirates were a half game out of the wild card, I don't think we'd be talking about them trading any of their players. That would be abhorrent. That'd be a dereliction of duty on Ben Cherington's part if he would trade their people. So Tony was talking about one starting pitcher and two relievers. I think that's probably a lofty goal. Believe me, I would love to see them bring in Robbie Ray. I think he'd be a fantastic fit. And I think it's certainly on Bob Nutting, ownership, the Pirates, period. Be aggressive at the deadline. The fan base deserves it. The team deserves it. You can see a need. Should absolutely act on that. But, you're not going to rob your entire farm system just for a few rentals. Some of these additions have to be internal. I mentioned some of those candidates. Tony brought up Jose Urquidy, Mike Clevenger. I would expect those guys to get chances in the second half. We'll see. I'm not going to sit here and act like Jose Urquidy is going to be the be-all, end-all or the biggest solution, but will he get an opportunity? Has he pitched well enough in Indianapolis to deserve it? Yes, I think he has. But a lot of this is going to be pitching better now. What say you? 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Sean Myers back in Green Tree will get you on the line. Let's have a discussion. The questions that I rolled out at the beginning of the show, most important player for you in the second half. What's your biggest question mark about the second half? For me, it's Mitch Keller. Probably the same answer. What move must they make? For me, it's a late inning, right-handed reliever. I sort of understand what they're doing with Carmen Mlodzinski, and I'll loop back to that. But if you're going to maintain that path in terms of like keeping Mlodzinski in a multi-inning role, you're kind of keeping him ready in the rotation if you need him. But if you're not going to use him in a late inning relief role, you need to go out and get another late inning right-handed reliever. All right, let's go to our good friend Chuck in Uniontown. Chuck, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Mac. Thank you. First of all, about the wild card, we're what, 2 games out of the wild card now?
Yeah, it's either 2 or 2.5. Let me look that up. Make sure we're completely accurate here, Chuck. We are. Oh, 1.5 back. Okay, 1.5 back in the wild card.
Are we still back at St. Louis?
Yes.
Okay. Well, 1.5. Mac, the first thing I see is get in the wild card position. Get one of those 3. Land yourself in one of those 3 spots ASAP, because when you're in with the in crowd, you control your own destiny. You don't need to worry about what anybody else is doing. If you win, there's nobody can take it away from you. Number 2, I think one of the biggest things that the Pirates have to do, probably the biggest, I'm not going for any particular player, seize the opportunity. And the second part of that, no more giveaways in the second half. None. Zero.
Yes.
Yeah, because we gave too many away in the first half. We actually might try to flip a few losses into wins in our favor in the second half. That would surely help. And because, but I do want to say one thing about Ismael Valdez. I don't want to see Florentino traded. Because listen, there's a couple things, Mac. Number 1, I hope we're going to try to be, whether we make the playoffs this year or not, I hope we're going to try to be good for a number of years to come. I'd like to see us be good in the big picture, more than just this year. Number 2, the small size on Valdez, whether people want to think it or not, is still small. The sample is small. I want to see Valdez be successful in the McCutchen principle. You know what that was? Kutch used to say, if the league punched back, you better counterpunch. So I want to see what happens. If Valdez hits a slump, can he come back and do that? And no, don't trade Florentino. I've been hearing some of this where people want to trade Florentino for Miller from San Diego. You don't trade an everyday position player for a closer. No matter how good that closer is, you don't do that.
Chuck, I love you, but I'd make that trade 100 times out of 100, my friend.
No, sorry, Mac, I would not.
But Chuck, it addresses their direct need. I mean, I don't think that trade is on the table, but and I don't think it gets it done. But if Florentino was a part of a Miller trade, man, I'm sorry, I would make it.
What's the shelf life of a reliever? I mean,
Mason Miller's been pretty good for a couple years, man.
And stuff like that. But most relievers, about 2 or 3 years and they're done.
Okay, I'll take 2 or 3 years. I understand. It's certainly a debate, man. And nobody died and made me the master of all things. But I would take the addressing of the need right now versus the possibility that Florentino turns into something.
Win copiously at home in the second half. You got about 13 to 15 games over 500. 90 wins, Mac. If we can get to 90 wins. You know, some of the Nationals like the odds on the Pirates. I'm not that big.
As they should, man.
What? Okay. We'll talk to you again. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate you. I understand what Chuck is saying. I understand the debate. Will you trade Edward Florentino? You're obviously losing a lot of upside. He's a top, not only a top 100, top 50. I think he was like 30 or 31st on MLB Pipeline's latest projection. I think a lot of Edward Florentino. Absolutely. It's not a mark against him. But to me, I'm looking at, they need to win right now. That is very obvious. And I'm not going to do anything silly, although, I'd do something that's maybe a little goofy. You want to win. And bringing in Mason Miller, that's not a rental. He comes with years of control. I know it's fanciful. I don't think that trade's going to be a possibility. I know the hot button topic. And by the way, I feel like we really need games to be played again. I was going through looking at some of these trade ideas, and it was almost like throwing stuff against a wall and seeing what sticks over the past few days, because there's not any games to drive the narrative. I've been on, everybody's shows as I run through the gamut in the week, and, getting asked about, would you trade O'Neal Cruz for Mason Miller, as Marlene Valdez is being in trade talks. Somebody wanted to turn O'Neal Cruz into a pitcher. There were some pretty extreme opinions there. I don't consider the idea of moving Edward Florentino for high level bullpen help. To me, that's not extreme. To me, we're addressing a major league need right now. And if I look at their outfield, I've got 2 more years of O'Neal Cruz after this one. Brian Reynolds is under contract, I think, as Marlene Valdez. And I agree with Chuck on the Kutch mentality. Kutch wasn't the first one to say it, but how does he punch back? I think we've seen a little bit of that with Valdez. He has punched back some. He was really good. Well, he wasn't very good early on, comes back, changes his swing a little bit, gets really hot, goes a little quiet, then gets hot again. I don't think he's played 28 MLB games. I don't think that's enough to have anything to bank on permanently, but 10 homers, 27 RBIs, pretty darn good. He's been productive, slashing 309, 371, 713. That 713 is going to normalize a little bit, but I think we're still looking at a pretty darn good right-handed power hitter. And if you're going to bring him into the mix, you've got O'Hearn on a multi-year contract. Spencer Horwitz is somebody who is under team control, can play first base, DH, whatever. They've got some options here. I'm not going to be overly adherent to a prospect unless his name is Seth Hernandez, at least not in the name of winning now. I do think that's something that they just need to prioritize, and it could hurt. If you're talking about wanting high-level help and really addressing a need, it's gonna hurt. That's okay. That's the way this works. You're gonna lose somebody you really like, and I'm sorry, I just can't muster that sort of. The only way I'd really get upset is if they decided to move Seth Hernandez, which they're not going to do, nor should they. I'm going to cling to young starting pitching with every fiber of my being, but everything else kind of on the table for me. All right, Jason Mackey, that's me. It's brought to you by Westminster College. Register for a summer information session today, westminster.edu. For details, fan Twitter. It's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. And the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to one more call and then take our first break. And if you want to weigh in, again, 412-928-9370. What move do you want to see them make? What's the biggest question mark for you in the second half? Who's the most important player on the Pirates roster in the second half? I gave my opinions. I'll weave some more in and out here throughout the show. We're on the air from 9 to 11 a.m. Austin Bechtold will hop on at 11, and then the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli driving the ship. Skip in Mount Lebanon. What's going on, Skip? Good morning.
Hey, Jason. Enjoying the show. I agree with 90% of your takes. I wanted to see your thoughts on this. To me, when Horwitz comes back, it's a no-brainer that you make him the DH, because O'Hearn has shown he's a pretty good first baseman. And with a team that needs some defensive help, I think he saves some errors that you'd see from Gonzo. And I think that's one move. And I think when both him and Cruz get back, in my opinion, you play Ozuna a little bit now, maybe you get something going, and then you get rid of him because you're going to need that roster spot. And Mangum is great, but you got to play Cruz. I mean, Cruz is, put him in for late defense or whatever. I mean, he's a very valuable player. But for an everyday player, when you have somebody with Cruz's potential, you got to play him over the spark plug guy that's played very well. But I just think that's moving forward. That's given them their best chance. And I think the pitching is going to come back. They're not going to be as bad as they were in the first half. It's just the law of averages. I mean, how many games have we blown this year? It just doesn't happen like that. I mean, I've had them personally when everybody's on their feet, 2 strikes on Suarez, and you get a home run against Cincinnati.
Yeah.
That stuff doesn't happen multiple times. I think the second half is going to be much better. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it can't get much worse, Skip. If you look at their bullpen, I mean, blowing 17 leads, I believe. I'm going to double check my math here. They've blown 17 saves in 36 opportunities. That's tied for 4th most in Major League Baseball. Their 52.8% save percentage is 27th. The bullpen is a 4.49 ERA. They have more talent than that. Now, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're talking about theoretical, but the bullpen has to be better in the second half. I'm going to touch on a few of your other points, and thank you for the call, Skip. I appreciate it. They're in a tricky spot. And again, this is a good problem to have with guys coming back from injury, because you're going to play Cruz. You should play Cruz. I completely agree with that opinion. You should play Spencer Horwitz. You need to play Spencer Horwitz. I completely agree with that opinion. Horwitz had, I believe, an 841 OPS. But what do you do? I mean, part of the reason Horwitz was successful was he was playing against left-handed pitching and actually producing well. He got into a nice rhythm. And I think we need to remember that. I think Jake Mangum, I talked about this with Jake. I said kind of what's going on with you since I think it was May 30th was the marking point where he's been a pretty darn good player. Let me pull that up. Jake Mangum hitting .356 with an .876 OPS since May 30th. I don't know if I'm willing to staple Jake Mangum to the bench, but making all that work is very difficult. If you're going to play Jake Mangum, you're probably going to sit O'Neal Cruz or sit as Merlin Valdez or something. Those are your 4 outfielders, I think. And that's, basically no outfield time for Ryan O'Hearn. You're going to play him at first. But I'm not sitting Spencer Horwitz. That's not within the Pirates' best interest. I know I originally said whenever they get guys back from injury, that's when they're going to need the roster spot for Marcell Ozuna. And the Connor Griffin injury happened between then and now. I don't see how they can actually play Marcell Ozuna all that much. Now, I know he's been better. I was looking at a month sample size prepping for the show. I think he's hitting .270 over the past month, an .871 OPS. That stretch was June 17th through July 17th, and maybe that improves. But and you can give them some playing time now until Horwitz and Cruz get back. But I don't know how much longer you can ride with that. They're going to need those spots, like I'm talking about. You're not going to want to sit Cruz, Horwitz, Reynolds, even Valdez, Mangum. Like, these guys have gotten on a nice little roll. And to work that out, I mean, the guys that I'm mentioning, you're going to have somebody sitting at that point. Now, are we going to have two of them sitting in favor of Marcell Ozuna when the Pirates are a game and a half out of the wild card, 3 games over 500 in a key stretch where they're playing 12 straight out of the break against teams 500 or better? Like, the time for sort of the get on track playing time, and I was one of the ones preaching patience and saying he needs more opportunity. He's gotten more opportunities. He hasn't done enough with them. And I don't know what to say or do about that. I mean, I guess if you have a sniff that somebody might be interested in Ozuna, if he can continue what he's doing, maybe. But the Pirates' MO right now needs to be to win games. And these guys that I mentioned, again, O'Hearn, Horwitz, Cruz, Reynolds, Mangum, Valdez, they give the Pirates the best chance to do that. And I'm not sure where Marcell Ozuna fits into that equation. So, I mean, you can keep him around for a little while longer. I think what has helped Marcell Ozuna is that he has legitimately been a very good veteran. He's done exactly what you want an older player to do. But kind of when the rubber hits the road, when push comes to shove, whatever you want to say, you need that production. All right, we'll talk about that and more. Want to get a little bit more into the bullpen and some options that I see, how this thing might be configured coming out of the break. And we'll talk a little bit more about the starting rotation and what we want to see from Mitch Keller, what I want to see specifically from Mitch Keller. For me, that's the biggest question mark. And, of course, taking your calls, 412-928-9370. This is a Saturday morning, and it's Bucko Talk. I'm Jason Mackey, live from Cleveland. Back with more after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. After their game was postponed last night due to poor air quality, the Buccos in Cleveland are slated to play a doubleheader against the Guardians, 1:10 and 7:10. Today, the first game pitched Jared Jones against Gavin Williams. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at noon. That is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And a third round of the Open for Royal Birkdale underway in England. Currently, Lucas Herbert at 8 under is the leader. He is yet to tee off. In second place now, rising with a good round today, is Ryan Fox. He is at 7 under. This Open update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more of them, you can visit 937thefan.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is partnering with Valley Forge, and they're changing the game because sometimes your players get subbed off and your bet goes with them in these big soccer matches. Well, Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your guy gets subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with that substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We have reached the end of one of the most incredible, outstanding soccer tournaments ever. And don't get left on the sideline. If your guy gets put over to the sideline and gets subbed out, FanDuel Super Sub protects you and your parlays for these end-of-tournament games, the biggest of games, the games that are going to decide who ultimately wins the championship. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in Pleasanton, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Relive the legendary sound of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers when the Broken Hearts take the stage live at Jurgles on Friday, July 24th. Sing along to timeless hits like American Girl, Free Fallin', and more in an electrifying night of classic rock nostalgia. Tickets are available now at Jurgles.com. The Broken Hearts, tribute to Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers live at Jurgles Friday, July 24th. Celebrate the songs that defined a generation. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I was inspired to become a nurse because I love serving others. I think I've always related best to kids, to build trust with kids. It's making things fun, have everything be less scary. Nursing is definitely a team profession. I cannot imagine doing what I do anywhere else.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for Arthritis Pain Relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh yeah, because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief, so you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use is directed for minor arthritis pain.
Hey Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At cheapofpittsburgh.com, it's their declaration of deal sales event. Bring us your best offer on any Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit cheapofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh Jeep Store.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. So I was thinking about this past weekend, specifically what I did. I had fun, and that meant hanging out with friends and doing some swimming, playing some games, but it also meant going from party to party, having burgers, hot dogs, some ribs, and more, not to mention a few sweets here and there, and drinks. Yeah, I had those too. Here's the thing. I never worried about any of it for two reasons. One, Awaken 180 taught me how to enjoy those things in moderation. But the other major benefit of Awaken 180, when I go a little past moderation, I don't sweat it because I know my metabolism is firing on all cylinders even 3 years after losing the weight. By the way, I have proof of all of this because just out of curiosity, I stepped on the scale and I hadn't gained a single pound. And yes, it feels pretty great seeing that. Make the kind of change that I did. Lose the weight, reap the benefits, and take control of your health and your life with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything. Streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price slot guarantee, 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included, data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey here in Philadelphia. Cleveland. I'm not in Philadelphia anymore. I was in Philadelphia earlier this week. I'm all thrown off. Somebody is ringing the doorbell in my hotel room. I'm not exactly sure why, but they're going to have to wait. All right, so let's get out to a few more phone calls. And let's go to Sophia in Vandergrift wants to talk about the Pirates. What's going on, Sophia?
Hi, yeah. I am a newer Pirates fan, just moved closer to the city recently. And so I don't know a lot about the Pirates quite yet, but one thing I have learned is that Ozuna is not good for our team. I was at opening day, and everyone was so excited about him joining our team, but I've gone to some of the games, and he is not helping us at all.
Yeah, Sophia, I understand what you're saying about on the field. He certainly struggled. I will say this, that I've been around this team since 2019. That's when I came over on the beat. And I would be hard-pressed to find many better veterans in terms of mentoring young guys than what Ozuna has done. Yes, the production on the field needs to be better. It's not what they signed up to get for $12 million. So all of that criticism is fair. But in terms of like mentoring Esmeralyn Valdez, mentoring O'Neal Cruz, bringing guys together, mentoring Connor Griffin, just doing exactly what you would want a veteran player to do, he's been very good. And that's not a total defense. I'm just trying to even it out a little bit. That like I understand the on-field production, but the inside stuff is pretty good.
Yeah. So I just needed to get that off my chest.
I hear you. Believe me, you're not alone. And what they do with Ozuna, I was talking about this last segment. It's certainly it's an interesting question. I don't have a great answer for you, but I have a tough time believing that they're going to like earmark at bats for him when you have other guys you have to play.
Yeah. So Yeah.
All right.
Thank
you for the call. I appreciate you. All right. This Open Update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. So before the break, we were talking about the Pirates in the second half. What's your biggest question mark? Where things need to change? What areas they must address? One of the areas that I wanted to get into right now a little bit is the starting rotation and what we expect from this group in the second half. So if we sort of work backwards from what was really good in the first half, obviously they need to keep getting strong production from Braxton Ashcraft. And I'll be interested to hear when Don Kelly talks at 11 a.m. Unfortunately, I won't make this show, but curious the reasoning for not using Ashcraft, at least not now or not publicly, in the Guardian series. We're going to be looking at Jared Jones starting game 1. Game 2 is going to be TBA, and then Paul Skeens for game 3 on Sunday. Obviously, some of that weather permitting, with some weather possibly coming into Cleveland later today. But that's a storyline, and it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't shock me. I wouldn't have an issue with it if you're trying to maybe space out Braxton Ashcraft's innings a little bit. He's at 113.1 right now, the 4th most innings in the National League. He's been fantastic, but what I need to see from them is to find a way to space out his usage just a little bit more. As good as Braxton Ashcraft has been, I don't want to see the Pirates get into a spot where they need to sort of close up shop with him or shut him down or whatever. So, I mean, kind of being incrementally conservative, I don't think is the worst idea. I also need to see some progress from Bubba Chandler, which we did see. It's not knocking Bubba. I actually think he's been, pretty good since that start that I mentioned in Atlanta, throwing a lot more strikes, commanding his fastball. I think it's been a very important learning first half. Saw Jose Negron from DK Pittsburgh Sports got into some of this today, has a story with talking to Bubba Chandler about, how difficult this first half has been on him. But I would be hard-pressed to find a Pirates player who's learned more from opening day until now than Bubba Chandler. He's been through some stuff, but the end product, where Bubba Chandler kind of went into the break, they need that version. They need the guy who has been a lot better, has pitched a little deeper in games. Remember a couple starts ago, they used him in the 7th inning because he earned it, because he was throwing strikes. If this guy's around the plate, very much believe in it. Jared Jones goes today, was perfect his last time out. I don't have a lot of concern about Jared. My only concern with Jared is sort of taking the training wheels off of him and allowing him to pitch deeper into games. And I believe we're going to start seeing that soon. But it's just, still he's 8-9 starts back from internal brace surgery. There's going to be a bit of a limit there. Paul Skeens caught up with Paul at the All-Star game. I don't have many concerns about Paul Skeens. I know some people do externally. Paul brought up some good points in our conversation about, he doesn't need velocity to pitch well, and I don't think he's wrong with that. I actually like the way he attacked hitters going into the break. He was throwing many, many more fastballs, was at 60%, 50% there. But if you look under the hood with some Skeens numbers, and I know people hate hearing this, they really hated hearing it around the time of his Philly start, which is certainly concerning. I'm not saying I was concerned. I was very concerned, but he also bounced back from it and changed what he was doing a little bit. And the velocity is down a little bit. Not naive to it. It's about 2 miles per hour than what he was at his rookie year. But a lot of his, if you look at his expected versus actual, some of that has changed, but the process has not. Meaning expected batting average against. That's at 203 compared to 199. Expected slugging 320 compared to 315 for his career. Strikeout rate's about the same. Walk rate's actually better. Some stuff that they actually look at is pretty good. Quality of contact. His hard hit percentage is a career low. The average exit velocity very much within his career norms. We look at a lot of those numbers to evaluate pitchers, and with Skeens, they track. The only thing that's a little bit off is the velocity, but to me, it's the performance of the four-seamer in how that goes. And over the past couple of starts, since that Philly start, it's been very good. The one question mark, once again, is Mitch Keller and what happens there. I don't know if I have a magic solution, but I know it needs to be better. And if it's not, I think you're going to give Mitch Keller a couple starts. But if it doesn't work out, probably have to go to Carmen Mlodzinski or do something. I mean, you can't keep running a guy out there who's had the mixed / below average results that Mitch Keller has had while you're in the middle of a playoff race. So that's the wild card for me. I feel pretty good about the other 4 starters other than spacing out Braxton Ashcraft, but I need to see more from Mitch Keller. All right, let's go back out to the phones. Boyd in suburban Philly. What's going on, Boyd? How are you?
Yeah, hi, Jason. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, real quick, I got the roster for upcoming fantasy camp in December. I didn't see your name on it.
Well, I'm a maybe, Boyd. I'm a maybe.
Oh. All right, we got to see you down.
It's during the winter meetings. It's during
again.
the winter meetings, man. Well, I mean, it's during the winter meetings. You guys got to quit scheduling this stuff during the winter meetings. I can't get down there, but I also don't think the winter meetings are going to happen because of the lockout. So that's why I'm a maybe.
Well, that could be too. Yeah. All right, now more pertinent information. I think to answer one of your questions from earlier, what do we need in this after All-Star second half of the season? The same as we needed before. We need to bolster the bullpen, in my opinion. I think that's really cost us a lot of games, obviously.
Yeah.
I think Chuck had mentioned earlier that he wants to target 90 wins. I did a little math. The Pirates would have to go, I think, 40-25 for the remainder of the season to get to 90 wins. The bullpen, as it's presently constituted, plus the concerns you just mentioned about the starting pitching, I don't think they're getting to 90 wins unless they can supplement the pitching staff, primarily the bullpen, in my opinion. And, with this time of year, we see a lot of proposed trades on different sites. And somebody was talking about should the Pirates trade O'Neill Cruz or not. And I know you're opposed to that. But frankly, and I don't think it's going to happen, but frankly, I would have no hesitation in trading him. I just don't like his I think he lacks baseball IQ. He just is not a reliable player. They talk about his arm strength, his exit velocity, all that good stuff, but he lacks baseball IQ in my view.
Yeah, I mean, he also has an extreme amount of talent. I mean, the top end talent there is maybe better than anybody else on the roster. I'm not going to drag O'Neill Cruz by any stretch. I'm also not against trading him if the right deal comes along. It would have to be massive.
I'm not going to give him away, but I wouldn't be opposed to trading him. There's some elements of his game that just concern me. If your ultimate goal is to get to and win a World Series, there's some elements of his game that just concern me. I don't see him being a consistently reliable player. So I'm just saying, I don't think it's going to happen that he's going to be traded, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I think bullpen. I also saw an interesting report where somebody had suggested that the Pirates might go or should go, at least temporarily, with a 6-man rotation, especially if they could trade for a left-handed starting pitcher. That way it would help to spread guys out, like you just alluded to, and also would only have to be a temporary thing. And then as you get deeper into August and September, you could take the worst of those 6 starters and put them in the bullpen. And I thought that was an interesting approach. Again, not something I'm expecting is going to happen, but I thought it was an interesting suggestion.
All right, Boyd. Thanks, man. I got to get to a break. I appreciate it. I'll talk about that a little bit. Appreciate the phone call. I have not seen the report on the 6-man rotation. That's been something the Pirates have been opposed to quite a bit. Skeens, for one, is somebody who's not terribly into the idea. Now, do they have to maybe adjust thinking? Maybe. Mitch Keller has been one in the past that likes to go on his traditional starting date. I think you probably lose some of that cachet with a 5.14 ERA. I think the more reliable thing here is to go get some bullpen help. And if Keller can't get it done, you go with Carmen Mlodzinski in the rotation. All right, Stephen Brault, former Pirates pitcher, current Sportsnet Pittsburgh analyst, will join me when we get back. In the meantime, Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Humid with heavy thunderstorms today and tonight with a high of Marty Straka, 82. You're listening to Bucko Talk. Stephen Brault next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines after their game was postponed last night in Cleveland due to poor air conditions. Pirates will play a double dip against the Guardians, 1:10 and 7:10. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins for the first game at noon. That is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Must finance HMF on the APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition, fee, title, and plate. Select models only. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 7/31/2026.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai for huge 4th of July savings all month long. New 2026 Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive $3,000 in bonus cash. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Spain is going to the Cup final, and they did it by beating the best. La Roja outlasted France in a semifinal that lived up to every bit of the hype. France pushed back, but Spain's discipline never cracked, and when the moment came, La Roja made it count. The reward? A place in the final.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
For our Saturday, air quality improves this afternoon, but scattered showers and storms, some which could be severe, move in this afternoon and evening. High temperatures in the mid-80s. Mostly sunny Sunday and hazy with highs right around 80 degrees. Mostly clear then Sunday night with lows into the upper 50s, and a sunny Monday with high temperatures in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates game in Cleveland against the Guardians on Friday postponed due to poor air quality. That means a doubleheader scheduled for today. 1:10, the first game, Jared Jones against Gavin Williams, is the matchup. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app commences at noon. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning, start of our second hour together. I am Jason Mackey, live from Cleveland. I will head over to Progressive Field here shortly. Before the game, you can watch our next guest, Steven Brault from Sportsnet Pittsburgh, former Pirates pitcher. You can watch his beautiful face on television. Steven driving into work right now. Brault, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing great, Jason. That was so nice to see my beautiful face on television. I appreciate that. I do think I do well on radio, though. You know, then you don't have to look. You get a choice. You know, it makes sense.
Yep.
How you doing, man?
You do well. You do well in both mediums. You were an excellent guest, analyst, all of that stuff. I missed you. So, all right, Brault. First half of the show, we're talking about kind of question marks for the second half. Who's the most important player? What move do you want to see them make? Want to get your take on all that stuff. Second half of the Pirates season, who's the most important player in your mind?
Oh, that's a good question. You know, if we did this at the beginning of the season, I probably would have said O'Neal Cruz. And I do think he's important in the second half once he comes back. But to be honest, I mean, the offense is fine. Obviously, without him, Horwitz and Griffin recently, the offense has not skipped a beat. So I'm actually going to go on the pitching side, and I'm going to go with Mitch Keller. I think that Mitch Keller in this second half, he has historically had tough second halves in general. And this year, a little bit different, had a tough first half. And if this team is going to push through, right now you got two starters that you can really depend on in Skeens and Ashcraft. Jones and Chandler both trying to get their way to be one of those guys that you can definitely depend on when they go out there. But, you know, still lower innings, too many walks, all that stuff. Excited to watch Jones pitch today. But if you could have Mitch Keller back to Mitch Keller levels of just consistency, he used to be the king of the quality start. If he could get back to that, I do think that will have a bigger effect than, let's say, O'Neal Cruz coming back and having a great second half. Because I do think that's going to happen anyway, but I think we need Mitch a little bit more.
For what it's worth, Brault, I was saying the exact same thing. I think Keller is the biggest question mark with this team. I think they need to.
I agree.
They need to get him figured out. And I had this a little further down my list of stuff I wanted to ask you, but it's a good segue. I'm just going to do it right now. I mean, you played with Keller. You know him pretty darn well. You obviously know pitching. What's it going to take? What? I know it's more consistent, two-strike execution, all that fun stuff. But when you watch Keller, what do you think solves the problem?
So Keller is the kind of pitcher that when he is on, he can command his really nasty spin to a point where he can choose to throw it in different ways, right? You have a backdoor sweeper on a lefty that you can steal a strike early in the count, and then you can throw the same pitch low and in to get a swing and miss later in the at-bat. He has not been able to command his off-speed pitches well enough, I think, to be able to really sequence the way that he needs to do to be very effective. It's weird because I'm never going to tell a guy like Braxton Ashcraft, hey, I need you to figure out your sequencing, because he is what I would call a stuff guy. I want him throwing the ball over the middle of the plate and saying, here you go. I bet you can't hit it very hard. And most of the time, people can't. Now, with Mitch, that's not the case. And there's nothing wrong with that. I was that kind of pitcher. Greg Maddux was that type of pitcher. He couldn't just lay it in there. It's about what makes you good and what makes you different and unique. And I think Mitch has this ability to do that we have not seen. Now, how does he get back to commanding his off-speed well enough to do that? That's all individual by pitcher. I think with Mitch, maybe it's just a commitment to getting back to a certain pitch, maybe not throwing as many. I don't know. We'll see. But he's going to need to get that sequencing ability back. And the only way you can sequence is if you actually know where the ball is going when you throw it, right? So I think that's the main thing for him, is finding that command.
All right, when you look at the team, when we're talking to Stephen Brault, former Pirates pitcher, current Pirates broadcaster, Sportsnet Pittsburgh. You can follow Brault on Twitter or X at Squid Brault. But Stephen, the most important question the Pirates need to answer in the second half, outside of Mitch Keller, maybe it's bullpen, maybe it's, I don't know what to do in the outfield / first base / DH territory. What is it in your opinion? What do the Pirates need to figure out?
I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction here, okay? I'm going to go a little bit more general. I'm not going to say there's any one specific thing that is the question to answer for the Pirates. The question to answer for the Pirates is, are you for real? Look, even in 2018, I think we were 500 at the half, right? And we were okay the rest of the year. 2019, we were pretty solid, just a game and a half or something out of the wild card race, and we collapsed in the second half, right after the All-Star break. The question is now, are you for real? Can you keep this up when everybody is fully into the season, ready to go, playing their best baseball? You have a few guys hurt. You got to find your way back from that. The bullpen hasn't been steady. How do you get everybody together? And can you? And I think right now we're going through this stretch, 25 games in a row against teams that are over 500. They're 13 games through it right now, and they're 8-5, right? So this is showing you right now that the Pirates are for real against good teams. Now, coming back from the break, we have 12 more games against teams over 500 in a row. If you can have a good stretch here, let's say you go, 8-4, then all of a sudden the league is on notice. The league is on blast. You're going to go and probably make some big swings at the trade deadline to improve the team. That's something that I think is the biggest question for me. Not about each individual piece of the team, but as a team, are the Pirates for real?
Interesting. I like the way you went. I like the direction you went there, man. And it again takes me to another thing I wanted to ask you. The All-Star break, as a player, is that a weird time? And also as a second part of that, how do you come back and find success? I came over to the beat in 19 and you guys didn't find success, right? You lost 24 of 28 or whatever. I'd imagine the second half is a different time. And what's that process like as a player, having to sort of refine that magic, because this team did find some magic going into the break. How do you bring that back?
That's a good question. When you're going really well going into break like the Pirates were, I think the main thing is trying not to, a lot of times the All-Star break is a time to get away from everything, mentally relax, kind of, take a breath, get back into the season when you get back. I'm going to go ahead and guess that this team didn't really do that. I don't think that was the message going into the All-Star break. I think the message was we have to keep everything mentally together where we are right now. We don't want to split up and everybody go home and relax. I don't know exactly what everybody did, of course, but I think it's a different message this year than it often is going into the All-Star break. And when you bounce back, you either have to mentally switch it back on or just get to that point again that you were before you left. I do think this team can do it, but it's different for everybody. There's not really anything that you can really do with that other than say, I would believe that this team had a different mentality going into the All-Star break, so hopefully that will translate afterwards.
A couple more minutes with Stephen Brault, former Pirates pitcher, current broadcaster for Sportsnet Pittsburgh. And Brault, in the first hour, I was talking a lot about the sort of playing time log jam. I can't believe I'm saying this, but they have too many bats for not enough spots right now, right? You look in the outfield, You've got Reynolds, Cruz coming back, Valdez. What happens with Mangum? How do you appropriate playing time for O'Hearn, for Horwitz? Do you have any great strategy there? How do they balance all that? Because, I think I named two guys that in a traditional lineup, at least one of them is going to be on the bench, maybe two, depending on other choices you make. It's tough to get everybody playing time. How do you handle that?
Yeah, I know. It's funny, right? This is not the problem that we thought we were going to have going into the season. And now you get this log jam. And man, this is one of those times that as a manager, I think that you're going to be playing some matchups for sure. But Esmeralda Valdez has to be in the lineup every day until let's say he goes on a cold streak, and then you can, start to maybe play a little bit of matchups with him, because obviously he destroys lefties. I believe that in order to get everything figured out, there is a chance that somebody might be going. If you are really intent on finding a really good relief pitcher or even a few, then you may have to trade from your offense to another team who's contending, who might have a few extra relievers that they're willing to get in order to get offense. For example, this is not any way a trade rumor at all. I'm just giving an example. The team we're playing right now, the Guardians, they are one of the worst offensive teams in baseball, but they are a very good pitching team. They have a lot of depth in their bullpen, and right now they're 5 games over 500, first in the AL Central, right? So they're a team that's in it. They're going to be looking to make trades, but they need offense, and they have extra relief arms. That is the sort of trade that the Pirates may actually find themselves making if it's right. Other than that, I mean, you got to play matchups. You got to play the hot hand. There's probably going to be some people who are disappointed in the amount of play time they're getting. But when it comes to this point in the season and it's all about winning, I think everybody would be okay with whatever helps the team win. I think everybody's bought into Donnie at this point, that he truly believes that he is giving everybody their best opportunity, and I think the team is thriving on that. So I don't think it'd be a huge problem, but I'm just saying there is a possibility that we could see something change.
I believe we call that a good old-fashioned baseball trade, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't hate the idea, man.
We have so many teams in the playoffs. Yeah, exactly. We have so many teams in the playoff runnings right now. There's going to be trades between contenders, guys who want major league talent right now and are willing to give up some major league talent in order to get it. And so, yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Brault, I want to thank you because right now I am writing down a note for this is the day where I compile questions for Ben Cherington, and this would be a good topic for the Sunday show to ask him about baseball trades being made. So thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Got a random one for you because I got a random for you because I'm going to do some of my story reporting work with you. I know you debuted at 24, I believe, correct? Right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Did that feel late? Or did that feel kind of on schedule for you?
No, honestly, for me, it felt super early. I mean, I was drafted. Well, I was drafted when I was 21, and I was in the minor leagues 3 years to the day before I made my big league debut. So when you think about it, I was getting drafted. I didn't even know at the time that there were short season single A teams. I thought you just joined a team halfway through the year. I mean, that's how behind I was. And then you see there's 5 levels above you. And, each level, the guys that are playing there are so good. And so for me, no, that did not feel late at all. That felt quick. I was very, very happy and surprised.
Okay. Well, that just shoots my premise down. But, no, I think it's interesting that Mangum debuted later. Brandon Iser debuted later. Evan Sisk debuted later. And I was curious what it's like having, kind of debuting – being in the minor leagues for a little bit longer than your peers. Like, how do you maintain sanity there? But if you felt like it was too early, then that's not going to be, you can't answer that very well.
Right. I'll give you one thing, especially for Mangum. This is specifically for Mangum. If you go look at his minor league numbers, he was always good, right? But he was not what teams were looking for in the big leagues at that time. Let's think about it. 6 years ago, the Jake Mangum style player was not in vogue, right? It was we want the O'Neill Cruz type guys. That's all that they were looking for. And so when you had a guy who didn't have a ton of on base because he just swung the bat all the time, even though he had a high average, they didn't believe that it could last. That sort of type of player is now in the major leagues. Think about how many teams are doing this. The Brewers have a whole team made up of Jake Mangums, basically, and they are tearing up the NL Central. The Rays are the best team in the American League, and they are made up of all Jake Mangums, right? I mean, there is a lot of credence to he just wasn't the right player for the right time. Now he is. He's shown he can always do it, so he's doing it in the big leagues. I don't think it's any surprise. So other guys, yeah, you'd have to ask them personally. I'm sorry. I was very happy with my ascent to the big leagues.
All right, good stuff. Stephen Brault, thanks so much, man. Have a great call. Are you on it for what you do pre-post for both games?
Yep, pre-post for both games. We got lots of airtime on Sportsnet Pittsburgh today. If you guys want to talk Pirates, we'll be there.
All right. Love it. Thanks, Brault. Appreciate you. That's Stephen Brault, Sportsnet Pittsburgh analyst, former Pirates pitcher. Always appreciate his insight and thoughts at Squid Brault on Twitter or X. Plenty to get to still before we sign off here on a Saturday morning edition of Bucko Talk. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The Fan Text Line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And I'm not kidding about the baseball trade stuff. That's a great thought idea, and it's certainly not like I'm looking to run, any Pirates player out of town, but they do have a position of strength. And I wonder sometimes, if a team is out of it, what the Pirates can peddle in some ways. Now they can send a lot of prospects out, certainly, but if you bring into the discussion a team like the Guardians, a team that's contending and just may have a weak spot, and we know, the offense generally, if you've got offense to sell, you're going to have some teams looking to buy, and the Pirates have that. Can they pry a reliever from somebody by peddling some of that offense? It's an interesting question. So we'll ask Ben Cherington about it, the proliferation of baseball trades. I like that. You're listening to Bucko Talk. A lot more to get into. I want to talk a little bit about the All-Star experience, the Home Run Derby. You've probably seen some numbers on it. It's not great. And we want to continue our discussion about the Pirates in the second half, what concerns you, what encourages you too. 412-928-9370 is the number to call to get involved in that. We'll also go down on the farm. Pirates affiliates had some news yesterday. No game for Indianapolis, but some individual performances to highlight. All right. That's fun. We'll get to more of that, more of your calls next on Bucko Talk, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With your Fan Headlines, this is Sean Myers. Pirates and Guardians scheduled to play 2 today after Friday's game was postponed due to poor air quality conditions. 1:10 and 7:10, the scheduled pitches. Jared Jones against Gavin Williams, and then Braxton Ashcraft matches up against Logan Allen. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at noon for the first game with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. And a third round of the Open from Royal Birkdale is underway in England. And surging to the top of the leaderboard, or at least to tie atop, is Ryan Fox as he goes low in his third round. He's now 8 under. That ties Lucas Herbert, who was the leader after 2 rounds. They each at 8 under. Cameron Young amongst a trio of players at 6 under. This Open update brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Connolly Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Getting Medicaid and Medicare benefits from different companies can feel confusing. With PA Health and Wellness, it's easier to manage your care in one place. PA Health and Wellness Medicare is called WellCare, but it's all part of the same trusted company. With WellCare, you'll have the same level of care management that you receive with PA Health and Wellness. Keep all your Medicaid benefits and enjoy simpler health coverage. Visit pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
Lose weight. Alex Goen patented hypnosis, the only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious, engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late night fridge attacks, full on half the food so you lose the weight, no matter what you tried before. Engineered to work. Only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. G-O-E-N. That's alexgoen.com.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Bring the action home with BetMGM Casino and turn your phone into the ultimate hub for thrills like you've never seen before. New customers can deposit $10 for up to 1,000 bonus spins and then spin the wheel for 7 days to score even more bonuses. Whether it's the rush of the slots, the strategy of the tables, or the energy of a live dealer, BetMGM thrills are ready whenever you are. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and set your sights on casino thrills you can't get anywhere else. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Pittsburgh, the bus is coming to town. Our very own Jerome Bettis is joining Tim Tebow, John C. Maxwell, Ed Milet, Sage Steele, and more at Life Surge. One powerful day to grow your faith, steward your finances, build a legacy, and make a kingdom impact. Don't sit this one out. Get your tickets now at lifesurge.com and join us at PPG Paints Arena, Saturday, August 15th. That's lifesurge.com.
This July, get Star Spangled Savings at Joe Ball GMC. Lock in GMC employee pricing for everyone on all new 2025 and 2026 GMC Sierra 1500s. Remember, you can have it all at Joe Ball. Call or click joeballgm.com today.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly. 724-515-5551.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Summertime and it's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get up to $500 casino bonus back, plus 500 bonus spins on the hot soccer-themed game. BetParx Go, Go, Go Collect 'em. Play real casino games for real money and bet on world soccer and all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambler problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today,
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I always knew that I wanted to help people. I was a clinical dialysis technician. The UPMC School of Nursing made it possible to keep working while I pursue my education. When I graduated and I stepped back into the dialysis unit, but as a registered nurse, it's just an amazing feeling because all my hard work paid off. UPMC has helped me become who I am.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning from Cleveland. I'm Jason Mackey, ahead of a split doubleheader at Progressive Field, 110 and 710. Pirates and Guardians, after poor air quality, bagged last night's games. Right now, it looks beautiful. Looking out my hotel room window, actually at Progressive Field, and it is gorgeous, although we are supposed to get some weather here a little bit later today. Excited for it. Jared Jones on the mound for the first one. For the second one, TBA. We'll see if that means could be Wilbert O'Tell. If he's activated, he has a locker here in Cleveland. Carmen Mlodzinski could be a possibility. Was supposed to be Braxton Ashcraft. The Pirates pushing him back a little bit. Have a few more things to get to here in our final 30 minutes together, but want to start actually going down on the farm a little bit away from the major league team, go through some important results and stuff that we've seen recently. A couple news and notes just to touch on them. Hunter Barco began a minor league rehab assignment in the Florida Complex League, and Mitch Jebb is back with an affiliate. He's with Low A Bradenton. We'll get to that in just a minute. Indy was in Columbus. That game was suspended in the top of the fourth due to inclement weather. They'll have a doubleheader Saturday as well. Altoona with a 6-2 win over Reading. Murph Gray had a home run in that one. He's hitting .333. It's his 23rd of the season between Bradenton, Greensboro, and Altoona. Kiner Delgado went 2 for 4 with the 2-run home run. Callan Moss, 3 for 5 with the ribby, a run scored. He's hitting .278 on the season. Lonnie White also with 2 hits and an RBI. The Curve now 10 games under 500 at 39 and 49. The Pirates affiliate that has had the most success this season, the Greensboro Grasshoppers at High A, 10-6 winners over Hub City. Easton Carmichael, catcher, was designated hitter yesterday. He's hitting .315 on the season, had 4 hits, including a homer, 2 RBIs, a run scored. Yordani De Los Santos playing third, had 2 home runs and 2 runs scored, or had a home run, 2 runs scored, hitting .275 on the season. Brian Sanchez homered, and as did Edward Florentino, had his 13th of the season. Bradenton falls to the Tampa Tarpons 8-5. Eddie King with 2 hits, I'm giving everybody home runs, and 3 RBIs. Mitch Jebb, again, mentioned his rehab assignment, had an RBI single and scored a run. So we'll see where Jebb can get to. Couple minor league news and notes as well. Robert Hassel III, he's in the Florida Complex League. That's a move the Pirates made this week. I'll ask Ben Cherington about that on the Pirates Insider Show Sunday, but I like the upside with Hassel. There's no real risk, and the Pirates took on Hassel. They took on Joshua Palacios, some guys to kind of give opportunity to. I can't say that I see a clear path for either of them to the major leagues, but you're trying to build out your minor league roster, stash some position player bats. Those guys have that. Hassel was a premium prospect with the Nationals, and who knows? He really hasn't realized his potential, but so many people being high on him can't help but maybe give the guy an opportunity, see what you have there. And Palacios as well, a good energy guy if the Pirates can maybe get something there. We'll be curious. Was asked about this in the first hour about some arms down there. That's going to be an important thing for the second half. Jose Urquidy was actually pitching in that doubleheader that was suspended, but has done pretty well of late. Mike Clevenger has worked his way back, but is probably potentially going to push for some time in the second half. And the bullpen, maybe one of those tweener arms. I don't know if he's going to end up starting games for the Pirates, but might pitch something in a long relief type of role. I think there might be something there that the Pirates want to take a look at. So, all right, a couple other things I want to hit on before we sort of put a bow on this show is just some stuff that we saw at the All-Star game, and some off the field, some on the field. I didn't like the way that it was presented. And I've seen some ratings from Netflix. It was, the lowest numbers for the All-Star game for the Home Run Derby in quite some time. And I can't say I'm surprised. I'm a little worried about Major League Baseball kind of losing its grip on this thing. Not that the All-Star game or the Home Run Derby was ever, a premium watch, but I thought it was a watch. The NFL Pro Bowl is just a lost cause. I don't think that's salvageable. The NBA All-Star Game is largely a nothing burger to me. The NHL, I think the skills competition is interesting. The All-Star Game's just gotten too gimmicky, and it might be just entirely a thing of the past to try to cling to All-Star Games as being, a relevant watch or good competition. But it is frustrating because I think baseball is uniquely positioned to actually have an interesting All-Star game, to actually have an interesting Home Run Derby. But they're not getting the participation level that I'd like to see them get. And this is specific to me to the Home Run Derby. I think, and the format was better this year. Like the Home Run Derby was entertaining. It was more entertaining than I thought it would be. But I thought it sort of touched on some things that I'd like to see the Home Run Derby do more of. I'd actually like to see the Home Run Derby shortened. I think this year's Derby came in a little around 2 hours. To me, that's even a little bit long. And I'd like to see them shorten the format, simplify the format, maybe 10 swings around, something as simple as that. I don't want this to be an exhaustive thing to where guys feel like it's going to take them out of their approach. Like, I want it to feel basically like a normal round of batting practice. And then if you advance, you're going to have a couple normal rounds of batting practice, but you need to have your best sluggers in this event. You need to find a way to get these guys to participate. And I don't know what you do writ large to get guys, participating more in the game. But, even from a Pirates perspective, like, you have one of your better first half storylines, or at least an interesting first half storyline. I know we've got our black and gold glasses on and think that it's so great, but across baseball, obviously the big first half storyline isn't the Pirates finding some offense. But I do think that storyline, the Pirates offense, that aspect of the game should have been represented. You should have somebody in the All-Star game from the best offense in baseball. That's a mistake. Like, why would fans in Pittsburgh tune in to see Paul Skeens and Braxton Ashcraft sitting on the bench? I don't have any problem with having Skeens and Ashcraft there. They're deserving. I'm glad they're there. And they did their part, and they, dutifully answered questions and were interesting and provided stories, and people went to them, and that worked exactly the way it should. Mostly, I am going to come back to that. But if you're a Pirates fan, what incentive did you have to watch the game? You had nothing. And we need to take a step back and give all 30 markets a reason to watch the game. And I don't know necessarily how that looks, but I know that you need to find a way to get participation. I think Pirates fans would have paid more attention if Brandon Lau, Brian Reynolds was in the game. Is that going to solve everything? No. But I know that not having a participant in the game is not helpful. All right, so I mentioned that wanting to come back to the Paul Skeens thing. And you probably saw the clip, and this is my forum to just kind of talk about this the way I want to, so I am. That forum, it was media day, and the way this was set up, there's an outfield area at Citizens Bank Park. It's called Ashburn Alley. And so they set up players on either side. It's kind of a narrow walkway. Braxton Ashcraft is next to Paul Skeens. I think I was with Ashcraft at the time because I didn't see this happen live. But you saw a reporter say to Skeens, from a future Yankee. And Paul Skeens looks at the reporter kind of confused, like, what the heck is wrong with you? To me, this is wrong on a couple levels. And I was very discouraged to see this. One, I think it speaks to Major League Baseball's financial system that I do think needs a drastic makeover for this not to be a topic of conversation. And two, I think the media ecosystem or the media way of being needs to change. I mean, that's not a professional way of conducting yourself. We in the media, and my position is a little bit different. I'm not trying to fool anybody. Like, I'm not, traditional external media the way I used to be. I have a different role. I think everybody's kind of understanding that. So I'm not considering myself in the traditional media category, but I do feel like I'm experienced enough to speak on what these exchanges look like when they're good and what these exchanges look like when they're not good. One example of that recently, I actually said this to Colin Beasley. I don't think he'll mind me sharing, but it was something that happened with Don Kelly right before the break. And Colin was, asked a couple follow-up questions to Don Kelly, and he kind of challenged him, as he should. And he's external media, and that's his job to ask those questions. And it was somewhat awkward, but it should have been awkward. It was professionally handled by Colin. Don Kelly handled it professionally, and the result was the fans getting more information that they should have gotten. I think it resulted in Donnie saying something to the effect of, well, Dennis Santana needs to pitch better. It was when they went with Dennis Santana over Mason Montgomery in the Braves series. And, Donnie's not wrong. Dennis Santana needs to pitch better. That's completely fair. And Colin is well within his rights to ask, what belief did you have? Or I forget how he phrased the question. But anyway, that is one of those situations gone right, where you're not asking a question to be a jerk. You're asking a question to get insight. They got insight. Donnie said it, and nobody gets mad. The Pirates look better for it because he answered the question a certain way. Colin did his job by asking the question of Donnie in a professional manner. It was a good question. It was a pointed question, and everybody wins. The Skeens exchange was a joke. It was an absolute joke. You're pushing a narrative on a player who doesn't deserve to have that. I've gotten pretty close to Paul know him pretty well, know his family, know who represents him, all this stuff, know what he's about. He's not counting down the days until he's a Yankee. I know it's very easy to sort of look at the financial system and what he's going to make and all that stuff and make that leap. Don't. Paul is not somebody who's thinking about his next steps. He's not even thinking about his next. I mean, he's thinking about his next start. He's not thinking beyond that. The guy is very focused. He's very, very, very obsessed to the point where, like, I'd almost like him to be less obsessed with what he's doing and just relax a little bit. I think he's probably guilty of working himself into a pulp sometimes. But anyway, he's certainly not somebody who's thinking past where his feet are. And it's not fair, in my opinion, for somebody to, if you want to ask a question professionally, I get it. Don't go screaming your opinion. Don't go screaming what you want to see happen. That's not why they're there. They're not circus animals. They're people. It doesn't mean they don't deserve to be questioned about certain things. It doesn't mean, if they perform poorly, they shouldn't be asked questions about them performing poorly. Of course they should. That's the way it should work. But you don't go screaming your narrative in a way that makes yourself the show. That annoyed the daylights out of me. So I have the opportunity to talk a little bit about something that I didn't like, and that was something that I didn't like. Sonny in Castle Shannon wants to weigh in on the All-Star game. What's going on, Sonny? How are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I agree with you with the 2 hour, how long it was boring. But another buzzkill was Netflix. I couldn't get Netflix. I had to go with my brothers. However, I have a different different idea on the take on the All-Star game to make it more lively. I believe that we have 30 teams. Each manager should take a player from each team and put them in the game, and sort of like golf, have a make the cut. Everybody gets about 15 swings, and you have to get double digits home runs to go to the next round. And then I think it would make everybody more interesting for them to watch. And like you also said about the All-Star games, like that one player, he got hit with a pitch. Starts reminding me of the Pro Bowl. People don't want to play to get hurt. Also, found that kind of weird. But I don't know. I think they can make it better. I think they could make it more watchable. And I just want to hear what you think about my idea. But let the manager pick a player and send 30 ball players and let everybody have a piece of the pie.
Sonny, you're sending 30 people to the home run derby?
Why not? You said it went for 2 hours,
I know it. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I don't want it to go for 2 hours. I want it to go for 90 minutes. How about this? How about you take the top four? How about you take, I'm spitballing here, and I agree with you that it needs changed. What if you take the top 4 home run champions or the top 4 in home runs from each league, plus the defending champion, and then an at-large candidate? Maybe like a prospect that debuted or somebody would be really interesting. And then you have like a 10-man tournament and you give buys to the home run leader in the AL and the home run leader in the NL.
I agree. That would be that would sound good. Maybe I am a little off base, all 30, but I felt like we were gypped off and didn't have anybody from Pittsburgh. And
as you should. That's unfair.
I missed O'Neal Cruz. He was awesome last year, but he couldn't make it, unfortunately. And I think, let me ask you one more question. Is it still, if the American League wins or the National League wins, do they get home field advantage still? Do they still do that?
No, that's done. They do not. No, nor should they.
So there's no incentive of winning the game?
Correct.
They should make it a little bit at least get a little bit more coin or something, make it more, I mean, we used to watch the All-Star game, and I remember Dave Parker throwing the guy out. I remember Ray Flossie, and, there was enjoyable. Now it's just too commercialized. But thanks for taking my call.
All right, man. I appreciate you. Have a good Saturday. I mean, I feel like the All-Star game, to a degree, kind of lost its luster when you have interleague play. Like, it used to be a thing to see teams in opposing leagues play against one another. Now we just have that all the time. We just need to evolve kind of with the times. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the solution is. Maybe you reduce it to 7 innings and have everybody play an inning or two. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't solve it. I'd like to see them get a little bit more creative. I'd like to see them trim down the home run derby and simplify it a little bit. I want to find an entry point. The problem I'm trying to solve is get more teams represented. I don't think there should be a scenario where a team doesn't have somebody represented. I don't want to see some long, drawn-out, complex home run derby. And I want to see just the guys care about it. And whatever carrot you have to attach to that, if you want to make it, the U.S. against the world, or I don't know. That's probably not a realistic scenario. But I want to see the All-Star game matter a little bit more, or just dump it and have it not be worth it. But the ratings weren't very good, and it didn't surprise me, I guess, is my entire point. All right, before we wrap up, I want to tell you a little bit about Westminster College. That is a place that means a ton to me. I am a Westminster College graduate, the class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time there for anything. Seriously, I had great professors. I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with hands-on experience that I needed for a career in the media. I think about my time at Westminster every single day. Westminster, it's an exceptional education. It's genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experience leads to real success. You can visit westminster.edu to learn more. Let's get to our final break. When we come back, I'll wrap a bow on this thing. Austin Bechtold will be next, taking you right up until the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. I'm Jason Mackey. This is Bucko Talk, talking to you from Cleveland. And final thoughts next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. After their game on Friday was postponed due to poor air quality conditions, the Pirates scheduled to play a doubleheader in Cleveland against the Guardians, 1:10 and 7:10. That 7:10 certainly will be weather permitting. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan commences at noon with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs are installed in just one day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
Saturday, July 25th at 7 p.m., the Pittsburgh Riverhounds host Rhode Island FC for Odyssey Night at Highmark Stadium. Enjoy $1 Icy Light specials and another exciting night of soccer along the Mon. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Ram of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Did you know the average person keeps the same bank account for 19 years? 19 years ago, you still had a flip phone. That was just a phone. If you're still banking like you did when you parallel parked with just your eyes and a prayer, it's time for a change. Upgrade to Citizens, where how you bank changes with you. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
Make life easier by getting your Medicaid and Medicare benefits from the same company. PA Health and Wellness and WellCare. 2 names, 1 company. Learn how your benefits can work together at pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer.
Summertime means outdoor gatherings, neighborhood fun, and the summer of savings at Spitzer Toyota. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $198 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 27494 VIN TP 288304 front-wheel drive model 1852 5K due at signing 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 doc fee 0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 8/3/2026.
We are Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, we drink local. We drink Iron City beer since 1861. Cold, smooth, crafted for generations. For more than 160 years, Iron City beer has been part of the city we call home. Have you tried Pittsburgh's beer lately? Iron City beer. Start with the original. Since 1861.
Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Saving compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Go to XfinityMobile.com or call 1-800-XFINITY today. Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is partnering with Valley Forge, and they're changing the game because sometimes your players get subbed off
and your bet goes with them in these big soccer matches. Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your guy gets subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with that substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We have reached the end of one of the most incredible, outstanding soccer tournaments ever. And don't get left on the sideline. If your guy gets put over to the sideline and gets subbed out, FanDuel Super Sub protects you and your parlays for these end-of-tournament games, the biggest of games, the games that are going to decide who ultimately wins the championship. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in Pleasanton, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk. One final segment here before Austin Bechtold takes over at 11 a.m. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Humid with heavy thunderstorms today and tonight. A high of Marty Straka, that's 82. Looking out my window here in Cleveland. Looks like a good day for an afternoon baseball game. However, around 5 o'clock, I think some thunderstorms are expected to roll in. Let's hope that they roll in and roll out quickly enough to get the second half of that split doubleheader in. We don't want to have a doubleheader on a travel day to New York and need the Pirates to play better. Great opportunity here today and tomorrow to take a series from the Cleveland Guardians. Something that I was a little surprised to see, and I'm going to end you with this, is Henry Davis recently. The Pirates are actually in a pretty decent spot. Wasn't able to wedge this in anywhere, but is Henry Davis turning a corner? That's a question that I've been asked quite a bit. Since June 25th, almost a month sample size, Henry Davis hitting .290 with a 1.002 OPS. I don't expect those numbers to continue, over the next month, but can Henry Davis be a serviceable catcher? That would help a lot because I think some of the pitchers on the Pirates pitching staff, they could use Henry Davis. There's been a drop-off defensively. Henry Davis is a better defensive catcher than Endy Rodriguez, but if that's your catching tandem and you have one guy adding offense, another guy adding defense and some offense, that's workable. But either way, the Pirates entering an important stretch here prior to the deadline. I believe we have 16 games before the trade deadline. The Pirates are in a good spot, 50-47, a game and a half back of the wild card last year. Just for comparison's sake, they were 39-48 or 58, They were not in a good place. So entering the break, you had 5 NL teams. They were within 5 games of the final wild card spot. It's the time for the Pirates to get hot, need their bullpen to figure it out. Talked about this in the first hour. Mitch Keller needs to find it. We'll see if they do it. Thanks so much for listening. Thanks so much to Sean Myers back in our Green Tree Studios, taking care of it and doing all the hard work. I'm going to head over to Progressive Field right now for the doubleheader. Again, Austin Bechtold is next. I'm Jason Mackey signing off on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Must finance HMF no APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plate. Select models only. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 7/31/2026.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai for huge 4th of July savings all month long. New 2026 Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive $3,000 in bonus cash. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-854-4040. That's 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines after the Pirates and Guardians were unable to play their game last night in Cleveland due to poor air quality. They're scheduled to play two today. First game will be 1:10. Jared Jones against Gavin Williams is the pitching matchup. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan for that one begins at noon and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And then scheduled for 7:10, the second game of the Double Dip, also right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shederovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah, you know, every game is big. When we play in division, you know, it does add a little bit to it, and to
like I said, play the way we did in these 3 games to win them in the fashion that we did, in different ways and different guys stepping up. And going into the break, hope guys enjoy the break and, safe, have fun, and also ready to come out on Friday because got another good game coming up on Friday.
Well, it turns out it's Saturday and a doubleheader today right here on 93.7 The Fan. Good morning, everyone. Austin Bechtold in for Bob Pompiani, who is currently on a wonderful getaway. And I can't remember exactly where Bob said he was going. There were 2 different places in my mind that I don't know if Joe went to one and Bob went to the other, but he's been posting some incredible videos on social media as well. So filling in for Bob today, who will be back not next Saturday's show, I don't think, but the following Saturday, and back with us on Pomp and Joe, not this next week, but coming up on the 27th. That was Don Kelly that you heard. Sean Myers producing Behind the Glass. That was Don Kelly that you heard talking about the importance of the sweep against the Milwaukee Brewers, who last night beat the Miami Marlins in extra innings to put the Pirates just 1.5 games out in the wild card race. And the Chicago Cubs also lost yesterday. The Cardinals won, but the Cubs lost. The Marlins lost. Another team that's kind of on a roll you got to be somewhat wary of, the Diamondbacks. They lost last night. So the Pirates currently looking up at Miami and St. Louis because the Cardinals won yesterday. Cardinals and Marlins tied for the final wild card spot. Same winning percentage. And I think the Pirates are in a pretty decent spot going into the second half. Starting today with Jared Jones on the mound for a first pitch right after 1 o'clock. We do not know who is going to start the second game for the Bucs, if the second game even goes on. Needless to say, the trip up to Cleveland hasn't gone that well, Sean.
I thought you and the man bun were going up there.
We considered it yesterday. And
Probably
then
a good decision not to go.
Yeah, we decided no. But Faribault texted me last night and said, 7:05, first pitch tomorrow night with like the eyeball emoji. Like, do you want to go to tomorrow night's game? And we see it might get rained out. So the planned trip up to Cleveland to go watch the Pirates play. I've been to that stadium a couple of times. That was the second ever stadium that I've gone to.
Same here when it was Jacobs Field.
Yes, I went when it was Progressive Field. I've been to 3 ballparks. That's it. You would think me being, baseball 101 nerd.
I'm also,
would have gone to more.
I've been to 2 in Pittsburgh, but I've been to 2 other cities for Major League games.
I'm guessing Cleveland and Seattle.
No, Seattle I desperately need to go to.
Yes, as a Mariners fan yourself. You're a Mariners fan and a San Francisco 49ers fan.
That's right.
I don't know how that correlates.
And Detroit Red Wings and LA Lakers. And we both have the Penn State.
Can I ask just briefly how you became fans of all those teams?
You may. Video games. NHL 95, Ken Griffey Jr. presents Major League Baseball.
Okay.
NFL Quarterback Club, and I don't even remember the NBA game. It was a little bit later.
So you're not like one of those Lakers, Yankees, and Cowboys fans?
No, I will say.
Just root for the biggest brands out there that people don't like to say.
I will say all the teams that I supported were pretty good when I started following them.
Yeah.
The Niners were just like a year removed from winning the Super Bowl. The Lakers were very good, although not winning championships.
Steve Young Niners?
That's right, yeah. It was, I think I started following them in 96, so it would have been like 2 years after they won the Super Bowl, 2 seasons after. The Red Wings are awesome then. But I've stayed with these teams, and if you followed Seattle, they're the only team in Major League Baseball that's never played in the World Series. They had a 20-year postseason absence.
Are they really the only one that's never played in the World Series?
The only team in Major League Baseball. Detroit Red Wings now have the longest playoff drought in the entire NHL.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's been some down years, but when I did start following those teams, they were all pretty good.
One more thing before we dive more into baseball.
Was it about the stadium? Because you didn't reveal the other stadium you went to either. Mine is Toronto.
Been to Fenway.
Okay, that's
I went to Fenway. So there's actually a really cool story about this. I turned 16 the year the Pirates had opening day at Fenway Park. It was Garrett Cole's final opening day with the Pirates, and Andrew McCutchen played in right field. It was his final opening day of McCutchen Part 1 for the Pirates. So my cousin, Aaron O'Malley, was a DJ up in Boston for about 20.
Sounds like a person who'd be up in Boston.
Oh, yeah. She was there. She was a DJ for about 25 years up in Boston. And she had a connection that ended up getting me into the Red Sox family section, like behind home plate. Now, like, it was a little bit further back, and at Fenway, your view is a little bit obstructed if you're, like, further back because of just, the overhang of how the bleachers are all set up. But it was still an incredible view and an incredible experience to go to Fenway. My dad was worried that, us wearing Pirates gear, a bunch of Boston people who definitely pre-gamed hard in the tailgates beforehand for opening day, because it's opening day at Fenway, were going to give us a lot of crap and not treat us well. And there were like subtle moments of that, but we felt better about our experience at Fenway than I think my dad thought it was going to be going into it. And we went over by the pesky pole and checked it all out. And we were probably one of the last people in the stadium, just kind of looking around, looking at the green monster and seeing how tall it really is.
Maybe go to Philadelphia
cool.
for all those sports matchups between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia teams and see how those.
That's the thing. I want to travel more. I really don't want to go to Philly. So, of course, going to Penn State, my sister being up there and meeting so many people, you meet a lot of Philly people. And for the most part, the Philly people that I've met they've been fine. A lot of them I really like, and they're good people. But there are always some that, give you a little bit of hesitancy and pause, and you're like, okay, I can tell that you're from Philly. I feel like if you went to a Flyers game wearing like a Crosby jersey, there's a good chance that like you could have beer spilled on you. Or
when you say spilled on you, intentionally poured all over you.
Intentionally, yes. But the other thing, Sean, so I haven't been sleeping well over the last couple of weeks. I don't know why. Maybe it's just stress. Maybe it's just the heat.
You're
as
a
well.
young man. You shouldn't be that stressed at this point. It's not going to get any easier as your life progresses.
I can assure you I'm very aware of that. But I thought I woke up multiple times in the middle of the night last night, but I didn't know if like the nights were running all together. And I'm curious your thoughts on this on the text line at 412-928-9370. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Before we dive into baseball, and we'll take your calls as well. Newton Aspinwall will be first up, and we'll take your calls at 412-928-9370. A Josh Yohe tweet made me remember, wait, this was last night? The storm last night. Like, I legitimately was woken up by this storm probably 3 or 4 times, and it sounded like it was right outside my window. Like, I didn't know if I was in a nightmare. I didn't know if, like, I was somehow in a dream cast out to sea, and this was like a really bad storm that you see, like, on a movie where the boat is just about to capsize and you're about to sink. Didn't it sound like last night that storm was like knocking on our windows and the loud thunder and lightning? I legitimately thought, like, thank God it didn't. Was gonna that the lightning was gonna strike a tree and a tree was going to like fall into the house. Like that storm last night, Sean, was scary.
Well,
it was so loud.
Imagine driving to work through that, because that's what happened with me.
Wow. I can't imagine.
I barely could see. I had to drive with my 4-ways on for a little bit. It was horrible. And I made it about 2/3 of the trip here and before it hit. But once it hit me on 28, I could see almost nothing.
That bad.
And then I got the reprieve of going through the tunnel.
Yeah.
And it was okay on the other side. But yeah, there was like 10 minutes that was very, very much tense driving. That is not fun.
Did lightning light your way?
Usually
did that
it's
help?
kind of hard sometimes to hear lightning when you're in the car.
Yeah.
It was very audible. So it was.
Yeah, it was so loud last night, man. That was one of the loudest storms, I think, ever.
And I could be wrong about this, but I think we're going to get more thunderstorms today. when I say today, that could be maybe this evening.
Yeah.
And usually Cleveland would get it before we do. So that would be a good indicator of what happens there. Guardians Pirates, we could probably expect to hit us a few hours later.
Texter, thank you, Mr. Shelton, for beating the Cubs. How about that? The Twins went into Wrigley yesterday and beat Chicago.
Was there a question there?
Yes, there was. Thank you, Shelty. Can you please do it again today? Take the first 2 of that series. Texter, who's the man bun? Don't say producer Charlie. No, Nick Faribault. Nick Faribault is the man bun. I saw Nick earlier this week. Wonderful man to hang out with.
Did you know that I sat next to him at a Pirates game completely coincidentally?
Yes, you did tell me this.
How
and you
weird
had no
is that?
idea until like the end of the game. You probably heard him say like something about like I don't even know. Like I don't even know what to.
No, I knew.
What's a way to like? What's a Nick Faribault-ism? Like something that Faribault would say.
Just constantly saying everything was fair game or not.
I could just hear Nick being like, I don't know,
game.
man.
The Pirates are going to close this one out.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
Texter, I saw the Indians when they played in the old stadium that they shared with the Browns in the 80s. That was a weird place to see baseball. Cleveland Municipal Stadium, where I remember seeing a video. I think it was the Steelers, the last game that they ever played at Cleveland Municipal. I know that the Steelers were the first game that they played back in Cleveland, and the Steelers beat them by like 40, which I just find hilarious. But it might have been Denver, actually. I don't remember. Not the point. Where they legitimately ripped that stadium apart. Cleveland Municipal was, you want to talk about buy a seat and take it home with you? They were ripping seats out of that stadium in the middle of the game. People were so mad. They should have never taken that team out of Cleveland. That just wasn't right. I'm glad they went back to Cleveland, and the Steelers continue to crush Cleveland outside of the 1 year that they beat them in a playoff game. Texter, I don't see any rain in Cleveland after 6. Well, I'm debating on making the drive. Who told you that it was going to be rained out limits? The weather app. How much do you trust the weather app? Because right now it says windy. Oh, the weather app now says 30% chance of rain at 7. But here's the thing. When you look at the regular portion of the weather app, like when you scroll down and you look at the 10-day forecast, it says 60% chance of thunderstorms. But when you look at the forecast on like the hourly and you scroll, it just says wind and 30% chance of rain at 7.
I know. Those
I should have been a meteorologist.
It's so frustrating.
I feel like I should have been a meteorologist. Don't you agree with that, Sean? Like you could just...
No. But, I mean, yeah, to your point, like they're not going to get it right all the time, but they aren't probably even going to get it right the majority of the time.
Frequent texter George in Plum to the show texts in and says, the scary storm story is an example of why you won the Marconi.
That's right.
Because it's a first-hand account. George also says, Austin, my Polish uncle was an usher at Fenway. He was a pesky Pole.
Do you think there's stats for weatherman accuracy?
Where does George get these? Where does he come up with these, I wonder? There has to be stats for weatherman accuracy, yeah.
What's like, what do you think their percentages? Do you think they're batting 500?
50-50?
Yeah.
Maybe? I mean, no. I feel like they got to be a little bit higher than that. Because they are going off of like Doppler maps.
I guess the question would be, once you get to the day of, it's probably fairly accurate. But how confident are you when you're looking like 3 to 5 days ahead?
Texter,
that seems like a guess.
Texter limits. See if Marty on Fifth Ave wants to make the trip to Cleveland with you. Do you know who that is on Instagram? Marty on Fifth Ave.
I do not. Should I?
Yeah. Marty's
not Marty Griffin.
Marty is very intelligent. He's a smart baseball fan. I know Marty. Like I'm friends with Marty. I've become friends with him through another friend of ours named Coda, who might be the one that is texting this in right now. Texter said, saw Van Halen at Cleveland Municipal Stadium. Can you believe that Cleveland is now going with a dome stadium so that they can host like concerts in the winter and Final Fours? Intern Dom, I'm shocked. Yesterday did not tweet out, hey, if they played this game in a dome, we'd be able to have this baseball game on a Friday night. This would be able to be played because the air can't get inside. Intern Dome. Texter, all a weather person needs to do is predict 50% chance of rain, and they will never be wrong. Texter, they can usually get the temperatures right in advance. The precipitation is anyone's guess. That's definitely true. Like, you could tell if it's going to be hot, but you can't tell if, you can't 100% tell if it's going to rain unless the map is literally like all like dark purple and you know it's going to be like an awful thunderstorm. George and Plum text in, my weather app says there's a 90% chance that intern Dom is a bad take.
I would say that's on the low side.
Texter, I agree on the storm. I live in Whitehall and my windows were vibrating the loudest I've ever heard. Yeah, seriously, like I legitimately thought someone was like knocking outside my window. That's how it felt last night with that storm. It was wild. I don't know how this divulged into talking about Cleveland and storms and weather, but
one of those. I mean, you work with Starkey, you're used to it.
Well, and people are entertained by it. People are texting in about it.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Let's have Newton Aspinwall entertain us. Hi, Newt.
Good morning. Hey, maybe your nightmare has something to do with your fear that the Pirates aren't going to do anything and you're on a boat or something with their management in Gilligan and being stranded on Charrington's Island.
And a cannonball coming is going to wreck the ship here, Newt, especially with Boston now on a roll and Garrett Whitlock and Aroldis Chapman likely unavailable.
Yeah, who knows? I'm worried about it, too, if that helps you. But so I got two questions for you, and if he's not swamped behind the booth there, Sean as well. They both two pitcher questions. The first one is Braxton Ashcraft, who you, Joe, and I all predicted was going to bust out this year.
Joe deserves credit. Joe thought that he was going to be like close to an all-star. I didn't think he'd be that good, but good pop there for Joe.
15 wins. Yeah. Well, so would you approach him now to try to get him signed to a long-term deal? Yes. I would.
It's hard, Newt, because he still has like 5 years of club control left. Because when he came up last year, like it's not like he came up late enough into the season where it wasn't a full year of service. And it's not like another year was taken off like when Jared Jones was on the MLB roster or when Skeens won Rookie of the Year. So they have a lot of club control over him. I think, I would consider it because, look what Chase Burns just signed with the Reds. Like that contract, I think that's a good deal for Cincinnati. Like 7 years, $105 million. That's a pretty good contract for the Reds. Like if Braxton Ashcraft, if you slid that across the table and offered him that right now and he would say yes, I would want the money to be a little bit lower just because Burns, I think, is a true bona fide number one. He was a number 2 overall pick. He's got a 2.54 ERA and an 11-1 record this year. Like Burns is a better pitcher than Ashcraft and I think has a higher upside. But yeah, I would try to do something similar. I just don't think they would at the time. I think they'd probably try to wait another year.
Yeah, I get your point. I didn't realize he had that much control left, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, I just envisioned him, when we lose Skeens, I'd like to have him and Seth Hernandez as my top 2 pitchers in that rotation.
Yeah, he signed through 31. Ashcraft is controlled through 31. He doesn't hit arbitration until 29, so they still have 2 more years of pre-arbitration with them.
Okay. Now, my second pitcher is Hunter Barco. Now, I know he's coming back from a rehab assignment down in the minors, but I like him, and I think he would be better served from a performance standpoint as a starter than a reliever, how they had him when he was on the roster to open the season. Would you, assuming, that he does well in his rehab, and if Keller continues his meltdown later in the second half of the year, would you consider bringing him up and putting him in a rotation that desperately needs a left-hander and move Keller or wherever to the Phantom IL or the bullpen?
I would. The problem with Barco right now, Newt, and I appreciate the call, is that he's just not pitching well. Barco, that is, not pitching well really whatsoever. He's had some stretches in May when they were still spacing him out, not really as a full-time starter, just with the idea of, hey, maybe he comes back up to the bullpen and throws 3 innings out of the Pirates bullpen. In May, 15 2/3 innings and a 2.87 ERA and 3 starts, 5 total games. But there was one outing where he gave up 3 runs and none of them were earned. 4 runs and 2 of them were earned. He had an ERA in June of 8.04. He went 5 innings once to give up 6 runs, 4 innings once to give up 3 runs, 5 innings once to give up 1 run. He was good in 1 game for Indianapolis. And then an inning and 2/3 and gave up 4. Then he got hurt. He had a rehab assignment on the 13th with the Rookie League Pirates and went an inning and 2/3, gave up 1 hit, 2 runs, 1 of them earned, hit a batter, also walked the batter. Barco, here's the crazy thing about Barco. He's still one of their top 5 prospects according to Pipeline. Now, I know other lists have taken him out of the top 5 and have updated it, and he's not even, sniffing being the top pitching prospect in the organization. Well, Seth Hernandez is, but like being the number 2 pitching prospect, I think he's been surpassed by guys like Wilbur Dotel, Antoine Kelly at the moment. But here's the thing about Barco. Last year, 3.79 ERA in Indianapolis and 73 in 2/3 innings. He's a high strikeout guy, 82 strikeouts. The year before that, a 3.27 ERA between 2 separate teams. And his first year with the Pirates, 3.44. So he's had success. Like, I think he's still somebody that can bounce back. He's still just 25. He was drafted out of college and had Tommy John and got a little bit of a late start. I still like Hunter Barco. Right now, his value isn't there, and can you really afford to bring Barco up in a starting role when he's not even pitching well in the minors and give him that big of a vote of confidence to have him start a game in late August against Milwaukee or against the Cubs or any other divisional opponent, or when you play Miami later on? I think it's this month. 412-928-9370. Here is Simeon in Dormont. What's going on?
Hey,
Hey, man.
Thanks for taking my call. First time caller here.
Thanks for calling.
So, I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
So, does anyone know what happens to Endy Rodriguez? Did he get hurt or something, or?
Yes.
They brought up.
Yeah, so he is currently hurt. He's on the injured list with a left glute strain. He was placed on the injured list on July 8th. So, 10 days to be able to come back from that. They should be able to activate him tomorrow, you would hope, or at least in the next coming days, hopefully before the Yankees series. We haven't really had an update, Simeon, on what's going on with just his timeline. Like, is he ready to come back? Like, can he just be back in the minimum amount of days that's necessary? We really haven't been told much. We know that it's just a grade 1 strain, grade 1 glute strain, which is a good thing, and Cherington said that he should recover pretty quickly, talking about it last week. Cherington said we're hopeful it's not much longer than just 10 days, and he should be back pretty soon. So I would expect he's back in the next couple of days. At least that's my hope.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling. Call back again. 412-928-9370. Here is legendary 93.7 The Fan caller, Eddie Spaghetti, who gave us a Marconi Award of our own. Hello, Eddie.
Hey, man. Yeah, you guys still got the Macaroni Award I gave you,
we
right?
still have it, yes.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, you always talk about your wiffle ball league, but I don't know where you play at.
Do you want to show up and watch, Eddie?
Yeah.
We play at, the Pirates have actually just made another roster move that we'll tell you about in a moment. We play at Leland Field, Eddie, on Sundays, 4:30.
I know where Baldwin High School is. Where is it compared to that?
It's right by the Baldwin Library. It's like 2 minutes away from the high school.
All right, cool, man. I don't want to talk sports. I just listen all day, every day.
You just wanted to call in and ask where to show up for my wiffle ball games tomorrow.
Yeah, why don't you tell people? So you want people to come. You never say where it's at.
We've had people show up. Paul in Washington showed up 2 weeks ago, and Bobby the Legend showed up last week. How about that? Bobby the Legend from, I think, the YouTube chat. So, Eddie, you would make it a trio there if you showed up tomorrow.
I'm definitely coming. I got nothing else to do.
All right, Eddie. Well, make sure to stop by and say hello, and hopefully other people will show up too. Thank you.
All right, bye.
We really got a call at 11:28 on a Saturday afternoon asking where my wiffle ball games were.
He asked me, and I didn't
up.
know. And I said, well, you could ask Austin. I figured he would ask that while also maybe discussing something.
That's all he wanted to talk about.
That was it. Yep.
How about that, Pomp and Joe? They don't want to show up. They have better things to do, I guess. But I love our listeners, and our listeners want to show up. And that's really cool. That is really cool. So hopefully Eddie Spaghetti's there, and just like I did with Paul in Washington, we'll do a video with Eddie Spaghetti and put that on Twitter.
Now, Paul came and didn't even get to see you play.
No, because it got rained out. Yeah, it rained pretty heavily, and I was like, yeah, we just can't. The fields are going to be a mess. We can't play on these. And we just don't want to play through rain, too. If it's like heavy rain, you can't do that. 412-928-9370. Let's talk Pirates coming up next. first half hour of the show and just an hour and 15-minute show talking about all the above, which is fun. I like taking calls on Saturday afternoons, and if the phones light up the whole entire time, we'll just talk. We'll just go back and forth, discuss whatever you want to talk about at 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The Pirates lineup for Game 1 is out. What is different from the lineup that was projected yesterday? And the Pirates have also made a roster move. What is it? We'll tell you all that coming up next. And there is a change to the Pirates lineup. Who is not in it? That was supposed to be in it yesterday. It's a very notable player. We'll tell you who that is coming up in a moment. Austin Bechtold with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan for the Bob Pompiani Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines after their game last night was postponed due to poor air quality. Pirates scheduled to play a double dip in Cleveland against the Guardians today. First game is at 1:10. Jared Jones and Gavin Williams is the matchup on the mound. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at noon with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Second game will have coverage of that as well. That is slated for a 7:10 first pitch. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Miller Time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
For 20 years, West Shore Home has been proud to call Pennsylvania home. Founded right here by a Johnstown native, their headquarters are still in state, and today their Pittsburgh area team has grown to more than 70 local employees who are dedicated to taking care of homeowners in our community. 2 decades in, they've completed more than 25,000 projects right here in Pittsburgh. From beautiful full bathroom remodels to convenient tub-to-shower conversions, they have the perfect option for you, and their installs are backed by thousands of 5-star reviews. Getting started is simple. Just head on over to westshorehome.com/fan or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE to schedule your free, no-obligation design consultation. And this week, their summer sale means big savings on your next project. Buy a full bath remodel and get a second shower for free. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock even more savings at westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan for an extra $500 off your project. You can also call 1-800-WEST-SHORE to learn more. See the website for details.
Summertime, and it's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get up to $500 casino bonus back, plus 500 bonus spins on the hot soccer-themed game. BetParx Go, Go, Go Collect 'em. Play real casino games for real money and bet on world soccer and all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambler problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention. Have you
Flash flood warning. The National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a flash flood warning for southern Westmoreland County in southwestern Pennsylvania, south central Indiana County in west central Pennsylvania until 2:30 p.m. At 11:32 a.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar indicated. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Greensburg, Jeanette, Latrobe, Mount Essen, Denora, Muskegnetown, Loyal Hanna, Blairsville, Ewanwood, Derry, West Newton, Lawson Heights, New Stanton, North Belle Vernon, Calumet Norvelt, Linwood Pricedale, New Florence, Sudesville, Seward, Bolivar, and Smithton. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build, Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Getting Medicaid and Medicare benefits from different companies can feel confusing. With PA Health and Wellness, it's easier to manage your care in one place. PA Health and Wellness Medicare is called WellCare, but it's all part of the same trusted company. With WellCare, you'll have the same level of care management that you receive with PA Health and Wellness. Keep all your Medicaid benefits and enjoy simpler health coverage. Visit pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number One Cochrane has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington, Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection, and 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi Authorized Service Center. Because when you're a Number One Cochrane Premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership membership in the #1 Cochrane Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Bob knows sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go crazy.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ryan Fox today shoots an 8-under. That is the third time that a 62 has been shot this weekend. Well, this week at the Open. It's happened 3 times. He again ties a record that Lucas Herbert and also Sam Burns shot and tied at 62. And I think Herbert had a chance to shoot a 61. But he's 8-under for today, came in even, and he is the current leader. Done for the day. Ryan Fox shoots a 62, the world-ranked 56 overall player, and he's the 59th player in the rankings in the FedEx Cup rankings. Sam Burns, 2-under through 5 today. He is currently 7-under, so just a shot back. Herbert is 1 over today through 4 holes. And Jackson Suber is 7-under. Those are your current leaders. Cam Young is 6-under. Scotty Scheffler 1 under so far through 8 holes. He is 5-under overall. Bryson DeChambeau 1 over today through 5. He is 4-under. And of course, the very controversial 2-shot penalty on DeChambeau, giving himself a more favorable approach to the ball, which doesn't make me happy because he's on my team that we drafted, me, Jeff Hathorn, and Mulsey. And Mulsey was trying to make fun of me for my pick of DeChambeau. And then he came out and had a great first day and a pretty solid second day. And those 2 shots right there, Sean, that's huge. He would be tied for 5th with Fleetwood and Kim and Young right now.
It was all the talk for going low this morning. I even talked about the C word. Was he cheating?
And DeChambeau came out, and I think his agent too, and strongly against that he was cheating there. Trying to put away. I think his agent even said, Bryson DeChambeau is a lot of things, but he's not a cheater, right? Wasn't that said?
He said, okay, whatever. It's just going to motivate me to play even better. So we'll see if that happens.
This Open Update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you are being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. Yeah, so that was very controversial yesterday with Bryson DeChambeau, and the referees were going into details on why there was a 2-stroke penalty for DeChambeau. I was correct about that, right? That DeChambeau's, I think it was his agent, said DeChambeau is a bunch of things, but he's not a cheater, right? I did see that properly, right? I don't want to misquote anybody.
I will take your word for it. I did not see that, but I can investigate.
Investigate that, because I just want to make sure that I have everything right for the people. He's still undecided. I'm looking at something that the Golf Channel posted. He was undecided on whether he was going to continue in the Open Championship, which is, he was always going to play. Like, he was never just going to leave. DeChambeau was 7-under and is now 5-under to end the day.
Looks like you are correct. Okay. Bryson is 100% serious that he is not sure he will play tomorrow. He's a lot of things. He's not a cheater.
That's the update right now from the tournament overseas that you could wake up to and watch a bunch of golf, which is pretty cool to be able to experience. It's not like you have to wait around a little bit. You wake up and golf is immediately on. Couple of roster moves for the Pirates. They have recalled Christian Curtis from AAA Indianapolis. Will he play a big part in game 2 of this doubleheader? We don't know, because there is no announced starting pitcher for the Pirates for game 2. They are bumping Braxton Ashcraft from the start. Why? I really don't understand. The game was moved back by 3 hours. Why does that mean that Ashcraft isn't going to pitch? A little surprised by that. They've ended the rehab assignment of Wilbur Dotel, reinstated him from the IL, and he's appointed as the 27th man for the doubleheader. So just kind of a roster formality at this point, potentially with Dotel going back to AAA. We don't know, but he's being used as the 27th man for the doubleheader, and then they can make a roster move on determining if they want to put him back on the 26th man roster or not. But here's the big one. The Pirates in these roster moves have transferred O'Neal Cruz to the 60-day injured list. That's a little bit surprising to me. Like, the fact that Cruz goes on the 60-day now means that he will not be back until August. And credit to my friends at North Shore 9 for putting this out there on Instagram. Cruz now is not available to return to the Pirates until August 8th. So we thought it was going to be like the end of July for Cruz, so like 2 weeks from now. Cruz now cannot return for another 3 weeks. 3 weeks from now, on August 8th. So is that because this injury is worse than we thought and they want to give him more time, or has there just been nagging injuries for Cruz that have been bothering him and they just want to make sure that he's 100% right and the offense is still performing very well and they're going to get Spencer Horwitz back in the next coming days, you would think, and the same thing with Endy Rodriguez, and they just want to be careful with Cruz and make sure he's fully healthy with pretty much everything that's potentially ailing him this year, possibly. Or maybe we were just too ambitious on the timeline for Cruz and he needed more time. So that's a big development, where originally the verbiage from Ben Cherington and what was being thrown out there to us was, hey, he's going to be back by the end of July before the trading deadline. Now Cruz will not be back until after the trade deadline. And the Pirates are going to have to withstand not having Cruz for 3 more weeks until he's eligible to come off. And then will he even be ready to come off at that point? 412-928-9370 if you'd like to join on the conversation. That is concerning with Cruz that you don't have him for a couple more weeks. Like, that could be the difference, not having him in the middle of your order or even leading off. That could be the difference of a win. From 87 wins to 88, from 84 to 85, from 85 to 86, and what it will take to get into the wild card race, where the Pirates are currently a game and a half back. And if they can sweep this series, they can sweep it, they'd be in a playoff spot, pretty much. I mean, if they can sweep the doubleheader today, and if Milwaukee beats Miami, they will be in a playoff spot. Now, it also depends on what happens with the Cardinals, too, I guess, because the Cardinals are with the same winning percentage. But right now, Pirates 50-47, St. Louis 51-45, and they've played one fewer game than the Pirates have played so far this year as well. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to join in on the conversation. The lineup is out for today. Jake Mangum is leading off in center field, followed by Brandon Lau at second, Brian Reynolds in left, Esmeralyn Valdez. He will clean up, playing right. The best right-handed bat that they have in their lineup, power-wise. Ryan O'Hearn will DH today and bat fifth. Nick Gonzalez will play third. Tyler Callahan is at first base, with Jacob Gonzalez at short and Henry Davis catching Jared Jones. So what's the difference here? Who was taken out of the lineup from one night ago? And the Pirates also deleted that lineup, by the way. But I remember that Marcell Ozuna was in that lineup yesterday. Marcell Ozuna was supposed to play at first base, was supposed to DH, and Ryan O'Hearn was supposed to be at first base. And now he's not. And it, again, I think, is just another indication. It's another because it's still Jared Jones versus Gavin Williams. The pitching matchup hasn't changed. It's kind of a point in the direction of, hey, Ozuna, we still don't really believe in you. And I know that the second starter is Logan Allen, and he's a lefty, and maybe they just would rather have Ozuna in the matchup against a left-handed pitcher and throw him in as the DH there. But it continues to show you, because I guarantee you Brandon Lau is going to play in Game 2. Brian Reynolds will play in Game 2. Valdez will play in Game 2. Maybe one of Lau or O'Hearn won't. Triolo will probably play at short, and Jacob Gonzalez will hit the bench. First time we're seeing Jacob Gonzalez as well, who had some pretty solid pop, hit over 300 in the minor leagues with the White Sox, came up and in limited playing time drove in 17 runs. And that Rafael Flores will catch Game 2. But Sean, I just continue to think that their patience is thin with Marcell Ozuna. The time for Marcell Ozuna to be on this roster is very thin, and that he won't be on the roster when Cruz returns on August 8th. I would imagine that will be the corresponding roster move, if they can't trade Ozuna at the deadline. Now, I'm sure that Ben Cherington is going to try to do that. He will try to trade Marcell Ozuna off this roster to any team that will basically take him. Now,
Pirates probably have to eat some of that money in that equation too.
Texter also says Cruz on the 60-day IL means that he won't get traded. That's not entirely true. I think there was a pitcher last year who was it Shane Bieber?
Shane Bieber to Toronto.
To Toronto. He was still on the injured list and was traded. So that's a rule that was changed a couple of years ago. So they could still trade him. They're not going to trade him. And I think that the discourse that has been created by fans this week to trade Oneil Cruz is, kind of overwhelming. Like, why is this being brought up? Why is he the sacrificial lamb in a deal to acquire bullpen pieces? Why can't it just be your minor league depth, the prospects that you've developed? Like, why not? Why can't that be what you trade from? Why can't that be the capital that you have built up over the years to trade a guy like, and I think this is interesting, do you want to trade somebody like this? But if they need bullpen help, no one's denying that. Is Murph Gray the guy that goes? And Murph Gray yesterday just entered MLB Pipeline's top 100 prospect list. So it's fascinating. You want to talk about a top 100 guy and these Mason Miller discussions that might be a little bit far-fetched, or to acquire a bullpen arm, like a high-end bullpen arm, you have to trade a top 100 guy. Well, Murph Gray is just catapulted up to third on the Pirates prospect list behind Hernandez and Florentino, and is the number 100 ranked prospect in all of baseball. And here are some insane numbers for you, Sean. Are you ready for this? Another pop to Donardo and Rosati at North Shore 9. They compared Murph Gray with another very notable player through their first 82 pro games. Murph Gray, 328 average. This player, 331. On base, Murph Gray, 407. Notable Pirate, 409. Slugging percentage, Murph Gray, 615. Murph Gray this year in his first year in the minor leagues, now between three different levels. And by the way, in his first game in Altoona this week, he homered. That gives him 24 home runs and 71 RBIs on the year between three separate teams. And in 82 games, he's only struck out 72 times. So he's not a big strikeout guy either at the moment. And he's also put together 19 doubles. A 615 slugging percentage. This notable Pirate, 521. WRC plus of 156 for Murph Gray. WRC plus of 160 for this notable Pirate. This is Murph Gray versus who, Sean?
I was only half paying attention, but I'll say Connor Griffin.
Connor Griffin. The same batting average practically, the same on-base percentage, a much better slugging, and a WRC plus in a very similar range too. Now, I know Greensboro is a hitter's paradise, but he also had 359 in Bradenton. And it's not like this is a prospect drafted in the 8th round that is coming out of nowhere and you're like, how much confidence do you have in him? No, he was a competitive balance round pick in 2025, the 73rd overall pick. You're allowed to have guys in the 2nd, 3rd round develop and become good players. Like Tyler Glasnow was a 5th round pick. He didn't work here, but he ended up working in the majors. Bubba Chandler was a third-round pick. Jared Jones was a third-round pick. Second or third-round pick. You get the point. Murph Gray's right in that range, too. Is that somebody that you'd be willing to trade and be okay trading? Because now that he's climbed up all these lists, I'd rather trade Florentino than trade Murph Gray. Gray's on fire and might end up being a third baseman for you next year if he continues to mash AA pitching this year. I know he's just played one game, but let's say he does, and he starts in AAA next year, and Brandon Lau walks in free agency, and you like Nick Gonzalez. I like Nick Gonzalez. You want him to play somewhere. He plays at second. Murph Gray's your third baseman. I don't know. It's an idea. Like, would you be willing to trade that guy now? I'd be willing to trade Florentino, who's struggling in A-ball. The hitter's paradise in Greensboro, sure, his pop's there, but he's hitting .218. 412-928-9370. If you'd like to join in on the conversation on Bucco prospects right now. Who would you deal for a top-tier reliever? Would you trade Oneil Cruz for Mason Miller, as one texter says? That's a no-brainer, one texter says. Gary, the psychologist from Washington, PA, says, good morning, Austin. I've been away in Florida for 2.5 weeks. Congratulations on all your success. But I'm back in good old PA. At the very least, the Pirates need to not lose ground in these particular upcoming games against these teams. At least play around 500 and stay in striking distance. That's minimum. Anything above 500 would be gravy. How about that? Gravy on top of the mashed potatoes from Gary, the psychologist. But of course, there's nothing wrong with gravy. LOL. When I was at Penn State for Arts Fest last week, they gave me gravy with my chicken tenders and fries.
No thanks for me.
Gravy. And I was like, gravy? Okay. I tried it with the chicken tenders, Sean. And it wasn't like, it kind of was more like mashed potatoes. It had more texture to it. It wasn't like a liquid like gravy. It was kind of like mashed potatoes, and honestly, it was good. And I understand why they included it on the menu. I don't like diversify my palate with eating that much, but I tried it out with the gravy, and it actually was kind of nice. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to join in on the conversation. We'll get to you as we wrap up a short show and send it over to Dan Zangrilli for the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Coming up here at 12:15. One other notable thing that I wanted to point out just before we get back into the Bucs, just very quickly. Pat Narduzzi spoke yesterday at ACC Media Days about renewing the Pitt-Penn State rivalry, and this is what he said.
Coach, there's been a desire between the two fan bases of Pitt and Penn State on social media wanting to renew the rivalry. There has been. Do you have any thoughts to renew the rivalry with Penn State, especially now with a coaching change there? And any thoughts on that in general?
Yeah, I actually texted the AD this morning. It was on my mind this morning, and I figured I was going to get this question. And Pat Kraft hadn't hit me back yet, so I was asking what I should say today if I got that question. But we'd love to get it going. Sure. Obviously, we're on a 3-year hiatus with West Virginia. So right now, we're open. If they want to schedule that 13th game, we're playing right now. So let's go. We'll get that thing going.
So Pat Narduzzi, again, calling out Penn State, saying, I texted Pat Kraft and he hasn't gotten back to me, the athletic director of Penn State. Let's play the game. And I'm in full agreement, Narduzzi. Play the game. It's good for the area. It's good for the state. It's good for everybody for Penn State to play every single year. They're not playing West Virginia again until, I think, 2029. Yeah, play the game. Schedule it even next year. Cancel your game against the University of Buffalo. Sorry, Starkey. Play the game. Like, nobody should be running and hiding from this. It's good for everybody to play it. And it should be played every single year. And if this, like, I'm not that up to snuff with what's going on with in the House and the litigation on what could happen with college football and the changes that could be made and stuff like that. But one thing that I hope does happen from that, they talked about like designated rivalries, important rivalries to retain. Pitt, Penn State, and Pitt, West Virginia should play every single year, and there's no denying that. Like, nobody should disagree with that. None. 412-928-9370. Let's talk to Chuck in West Virginia. Hi, Chuck.
Hi, how you doing, bud?
Good, man. What's up?
I have a trade proposal.
Sure.
And what would you think of this?
All right.
Mitch Keller and O'Neal Cruz to San Diego for Michael King and Mason Miller.
Who do you think would hang up the phone first, Chuck?
I think it's a fair trade if you throw in a couple prospects.
Well, like, how deep are you going into your prospect bag here? Like, are you trading your top 100 prospects? Or are you trading just guys that are more like trading pennies on the dollar here in your proposal?
I'm going to go with my second and third.
Second and third best prospects. You're trading Mitch Keller, O'Neal Cruz, Edward Florentino, and Murph Gray for Mason Miller and for Michael King.
We're in win now, aren't we?
Yes, but I don't think you have to give up that much. Thank you, Chuck. Okay, it's not going to take that much to give up to get Mason Miller. It's going to take a lot. I would think two
I don't know,
top
man.
100
he was
prospects.
traded for the number 2 prospect in the game last year.
Right.
And he's probably he's more highly thought of now than he was at this time.
No, I think he was very highly thought of last year.
Yes, I think he was considered one of the best closers. Now I think he is unquestionably.
But now there's one less year of control.
Valid.
And is San Diego in a point where they want to trade off pieces because it's just not working for them right now?
I think if you're comparing the prospect he was traded for last year to the Pirates, it would be Seth Hernandez.
And that's probably why you'd have to include Florentino, Murph Gray, and another piece. And throwing Michael King in there also complicates it. Like, if you want to make that trade happen, you have to give up Florentino and probably Murph Gray, and then maybe another prospect. Maybe like an Antoine Kelly. Give them another pitcher. Maybe they do take Mitch Keller. Maybe they think that they can revitalize and they can reinvent Mitch Keller's career like they worked well with Joe Musgrove before Musgrove got hurt. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Back to School event. It's presented by Target Freight Management. You could support by purchasing backpacks or dropping out at a location near you. For details, visit 937thefan.com, and it's all brought to you by Rugby Realty and Pittsburgh Regional Transit. I have another minute or so to be able to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Here's a text. As a Penn State fan, all three teams, Penn State, Pitt, West Virginia, should all play each other every year for non-conference play. Every game would be sold out and eventually could have playoff implications early in the season. I 1,000% agree. That is just what should happen. Like, easily. Every single year. You want to play, you have 3 non-conference games, you play 9 conference games, and you play 3 non-conference games. You could play your cupcake week 1, and then it should be like Pitt, West Virginia, week 3, or week 2, and then you'll play a conference game week 3, and then Pitt, Penn State should be the final game of the year every year like it used to be right on Thanksgiving weekend. Bryce is in Avella. Hi, Bryce.
Well, how are you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Yeah, I had a couple arms I wanted to bring up that are in trade talks.
Sure.
So the first one's Antonio Senzatella. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I mean, he's been very good. I think an ERA right around like 2.7, 2.6 on the road this year. Obviously, pitching in Colorado is very difficult. Converted starter. If he could stay healthy, I like him. I don't think you'd have to give up that much as well, Bryce, to be able to bring him in here. Like, probably a top 10 prospect, maybe 2.
Yeah, that's what my thoughts were. The next one was Ryan Helsley for the Orioles.
Yeah, and the other thing about Senzatella is, too, he's a free agent. He has a team option at the end of the year. So you do have a little bit of club control. You said Ryan Helsley?
Yeah, he just avoided surgery, so.
Yeah, he has a player option for next year, so I don't think you'd have to give up nearly as much to be able to get him as you would Senzatella. I know how much success he had in St. Louis as a former 2-time All-Star, but over the last 2 years, he was terrible with the Mets. This year with Baltimore, a 4.11 ERA and 21 strikeouts and 15 1/3 innings. I like it. I think that would be your buy low candidate. Like, I don't think, Bryce, I would go all in, and I appreciate the call on like a Helsley is like my number one option, my number one choice. 32 now. Today's his birthday. Happy birthday. Like, I would acquire him, but he would be like the second or third arm that I would acquire in my bullpen. And I don't think that it would cost much to be able to bring him in here as well. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Humid with heavy thunderstorms today and tonight. A high of 82. Marty Straka. How about that? Texter Crazy Talk. Miller is not getting traded. Yeah, I don't think Mason Miller is getting traded either. They just traded for him in San Diego a year ago. Like, it would be very hard to fathom. One, the Pirates giving up multiple top prospects to bring him in. And also that San Diego would want to trade him. And if they do, I feel like a team like the Dodgers or the Yankees would just be okay giving up whatever prospect capital it would. And the Pirates probably would not want to do that. Some news here from Aiden Stepanski of MLB.com. Braxton Ashcraft throwing a bullpen right now. And he is going to pitch Monday in New York. The second game today will be a bullpen game for the Pirates. So you hope that they can win a bullpen game with no Ashcraft. It just moved him back a little bit in the rotation. Bullpen game today. So that means that they're lining up with Jones, Skeens, Ashcraft now. And then I guess Keller and Chandler, the other two starters, to pitch in New York. See how they move the rotation around a little bit. Thanks to Sean Myers and thanks to you for listening. Thanks to Sean Behind the Glass. Always fun having shows with you, Sean. This is a short one.
I'll be seeing you this upcoming week as well.
Yes, on Thursday. We'll have a show together. That'll be a lot of fun. And on Pop and Joe. Dan Zangroli with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is coming up next. Austin Bechtold signing off. Enjoy your full day of Pirates baseball. Let's hope we get both games in and hopefully 2 Pirates victories right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Pirates will play 2 in Cleveland against the Guardians. First game, 1:10 first pitch. Our coverage begins at noon right here on 93.7 The Fan. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything. Streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber-powered network with 99.9 999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price slot guarantee, 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included, data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead? Guilty.
Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder and Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Summer's calling, and it tastes like flavor. Crack open the tropical taste of Icy Light Mango, and now meet the new refreshingly bold Icy Light Berry. Bright, crisp, refreshing, bursting with flavor, but still light. Because when the sun's out, the good times deserve a beer that brings the summer flavor rush. Icy Light Mango, Icy Light Berry, now in sleek cans and available at JR's Beer in Rochester. Icy Light Berry and Icy Light Mango 15-pack cans, just $16.99 plus tax.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
For 20 years, West Shore Home has been proud to call Pennsylvania home. Founded right here by a Johnstown native, their headquarters are still in state, and today their Pittsburgh area team has grown to more than 70 local employees who are dedicated to taking care of homeowners in our community. 2 decades in, they've completed more than 25,000 projects right here in Pittsburgh. From beautiful full bathroom remodels to convenient tub-to-shower conversions, they have the perfect option for you, and their installs are backed by thousands of 5-star reviews. Getting started is simple. Just head on over to westshorehome.com/fan or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE to schedule your free, no-obligation design consultation. And this week, their summer sale means big savings on your next project. Buy a full bath remodel and get a second shower for free. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock even more savings at westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan for an extra $500 off your project. You can also call 1-800-WEST-SHORE to learn more. See the website for details.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is partnering with Valley Forge, and they're changing the game because sometimes your players get subbed off and your bet goes with them in these big soccer matches. Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your guy gets subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with that substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We have reached the end of one of the most incredible, outstanding soccer tournaments ever. And don't get left on the sideline. If your guy gets put over to the sideline and get subbed out. FanDuel Super Sub protects you and your parlays for these end-of-tournament games, the biggest of games, the games that are going to decide who ultimately wins the championship. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in Pleasanton, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summertime means outdoor gatherings, neighborhood fun, and the summer of savings at Spitzer Toyota. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $198 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
TSRP 27494 VIN TP 288304 front-wheel drive model 1852 5K due at signing 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 doc fee 0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 8/3/2026.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spitzer Toyota, 2 Minute a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, it's great to be back in the saddle as the Pirates will open up the second half of the season, playing game number 98 this afternoon and game number 99 this evening. It's a doubleheader, Pirates and the Cleveland Guardians. Glad to have you along on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Dan Zangrilli here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan as Pittsburgh rides a 3-game win streak into and out of the break, and they look to win 4 games for the third time this year and are hoping to get to 4 games over 500 this late in the season since September of 2018. It's been a while, and the Pirates taking a fast look at the standings, brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors at PellaPittsburgh.com. Woke up this morning a game and a half out in the wild card race. St. Louis Cardinals enter a tie with Miami, Chicago, Philadelphia, both ahead of Pittsburgh. And the Buccos at 50 wins and 47 losses went into the All-Star break with a winning record for the first time since 2016. We'll see if they can get a series victory against the Guardians, who are at 51 and 46. If the postseason were to begin today, Cleveland would be the second team, second wild card. They are just a half game back of the first place White Sox and just a game better than Pittsburgh. If you think about it, if the Bucs were residing in the AL Central as opposed to the NL Central, life would be much different. Well, what's on tap brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. You can find your Beach Corona 24-pack cans just $29.99. We're going to hear from Don Kelly to talk about a flurry of roster moves, injury updates. O'Neal Cruz transferred to the 60-day IL, but we'll go ahead and get some clarity and context on that so you can breathe a sigh of relief. Nothing has really changed from that perspective. So we'll have that coming up in just a moment, and we'll get into the pitching matchup, game 1 of this doubleheader. Jared Jones is at 1-1 with a .437 earned run average, goes opposite of Gavin Williams. He's 10-4 with a .381 ERA, one of the better strikeout arms in Major League Baseball, and is having a really good strikeout year for the Guardians, who have struggled offensively, but they make their money on the mound. Their starting staff really good. Their bullpen is even better, so we'll dive into that. That's a little bit of what we have on tap for you on what is a much better weather day as far as the air quality is concerned. It was well up over 200, and it was very hazardous to play yesterday, just as bad, if not worse, than it was here in Pittsburgh. They're much better off than we are here as we look at the weather forecast, brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When weather disaster strikes, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. So that's in the rearview mirror. Pirates are looking ahead and looking ready to get back at it after the extended now All-Star break, so they play a doubleheader. Don't know who will start Game 2 of the DH. It's going to be a bullpen game, and we'll tell you about some of the moves that were made to accommodate all of that with the transferring of Cruz, the adding of Christian Curtis. Wilbur Dotel is factored into the equation as well, so we'll sift through all of that as we get you ready for baseball coming up at 1:10, the first of a day-night doubleheader. The second game will get underway at 7:10. So we invite you to stay tuned. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Hear from Don Kelly as we sift through it all on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number One Cochrane has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington, Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection, and 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi Authorized Service Center. Because when you're a Number One Cochrane Premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership in the Number One Cochrane Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thanks for joining us. It's the Pirates and Guardians kicking off a doubleheader coming your way at 1:10. Game 2 will be at 7:10. We don't know who's pitching in the nightcap. It was supposed to be Braxton Ashcraft in Game 2, but as you'll hear from Don Kelly, Pirates deciding to push him to the Yankee series, so we're looking at a bullpen game. More details onto the how and the why coming up with the Buccos skipper. Jared Jones at 1-1 with a .437 earned run average against righty Gavin Williams with a 10-4 mark. A 3.81 ERA. That's who has the ball for Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball. Williams looking to become just the second 11-game winner in the junior circuit. He'll join Sonny Gray. The Guardians have won 13 of his 19 starts, and he's got a really good strikeout pitch in his sweeper. That's what he throws essentially most of the time, almost 30% of the time. But he's got a six-pitch mix. Fastball, it sits comfortably at 97. It'll get up to 100 at times, and he'll be top of the zone guy and then use that slider sweeper that has some big break to it. It's got a 44% whiff rate. So those are the 2 pitches from a stuff perspective. He'll also throw in a curveball, a 2-seamer. He'll cut it a little bit, use a rare changeup from time to time. So really just nasty stuff from a big guy here in Gavin Williams. He'll face the Pirates for the 3rd time in his career, and he'll be pitching on 8 days rest. And just a little note, maybe this is a key to victory, brought to you by Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. Visit SpitzerToyota.com. 5-6 record with a .559 earned run average for Gavin Williams when he's on 6 days or more rest. So you talk about the routine. Numbers tend to bear that out. If he's off of it and usually getting back up and rolling out of a prolonged break, that could be problematic. And as far as Jones is concerned, well, it's been 10 days. We'll see if his stuff and his command is in a good spot, because he was just starting to settle into a routine heading into his final start there against the Atlanta Braves, controversial as it was, as his 77-pitch outing, 18 up, 18 down, perfect baseball over 6 innings, really had him heading into the All-Star break on a whole head of steam. And you back out over his last 3 starts. This will be, by the way, the 9th of the year for Jones. 4 earned runs, 14 2/3 innings. That's a .245 earned run average for the Bucco righty. His last 2 starts heading into the break, you account for what he did against Philadelphia, giving up just a run over 4 innings. We're talking 1 run in his last 10 innings for Pirates right-hander Jared Jones facing the Guardians for the first time in his career. But the Pirates do need some reinforcements as we take a look at the minor league report and the transactions brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Check out their credit card and earn 5% cash back on gas, groceries, restaurants, travel through August. AllegiantFCU.org for the fine print. Christian Curtis, 24-year-old, is up. His contract selected. Baseball America has him as the number 5. MLB Pipeline has him at number 21. Not sure why there's such a disparity. One has him at 5, one has him at 21, but regardless, he's a top 30 prospect, and he has come through the system very quickly. So the Pirates bringing him up, obviously for a short time, because there's still some rough edges, you would think, to polish off, considering that he's gone a combined 2-8 with a .496 earned run average. Started in Double-A and then with Triple-A, 6 games, 4 starts. So he is very much an unfinished product, but he has stuff. 97 strikeouts. That's second among all Pirates minor leaguers, behind just Seth Hernandez, and he was drafted 3 years ago, 12th rounder for the Buccos. O'Neill Cruz on the Robert Pearson Associates injury report. Robert Pearson Associates, Pittsburgh's premier injury attorney. He gets transferred from the 10 to 60-day IL to make room for Curtis on this 40-man roster. Also, Wilber Dotel had his rehab assignment ended, and he has been reinstated from the injured list. He's got that right lat muscle strain. He'll be the 27th man available for the Buccos. So Don Kelly giving us all the details, plus a few more injury updates, as well as he explains why the Pirates did what they did and what they're going to do in Game 2 of the Twin Bill.
So Christian Curtis is recalled. Dotel will be activated and added as the 27th man, and O'Neill Cruz will be transferred to the 60-day IL.
What do you like about the possibility of Christian being up here?
He's been throwing the ball well and exciting young prospect for us. Power stuff. He's done a nice job, and he's started some games. We also got him to come out of the pen down in Indy as well, so really excited to have him up here.
We saw for Braxton was just starting out in the pen. Is he possible at all to pitch games today, or is it kind of?
No, Braxton will not. He's going to go Monday in New York, and then Bubba and Mitch will push back to Tuesday and Wednesday.
What went into that decision? Is the expected weather possibly later today?
Well, expected weather, but if we're with getting postponed yesterday, we were going to have a spot starter or a bullpen day. It was either going to be Game 2 today or on Wednesday in New York. We felt like today being able to add Curtis, add some length, and have the bullpen day today with a fully rested pen coming off the All-Star break was the best way to go.
Will Curtis be the first name out of that pen, though, or have you not gotten to that point yet in Game 2?
We're not there yet. We're and that's why TBD in Game 2, but it'll be a bullpen day.
What do you like about being able to get Wilber back into the mix?
Yeah, great, healthy, and throwing the ball well. He seems to be in a really good spot, and really did a nice job for us until I think he was hurt longer than he maybe led on to. His velo had trended down, and he's back in a really good spot.
With O'Neill, are there any updates on Spencer?
Nothing yet. Trending in a good direction, but nothing significant that we're being able to announce. Rehab games.
Is O'Neill just because of where he is in the timeline needing to create the 6-day, not like a setback?
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like setback. It's just timeline of his rehab and when he's projected to get back.
With any update on Endy at all? He was on training.
Yeah, nothing yet. It seems he just started hitting down in Florida with those guys. He just started hitting yesterday, and everything seems to be going well. No set rehab timeline yet.
All right, a couple of non-updates there. Endy Rodriguez, Spencer Horowitz, and then again the big one transferring to the 60-day injured list, O'Neill Cruz, which would make him eligible to come off August the 8th, which again was essentially fairly copacetic to what the timeline was that we heard a few weeks ago, end of July, really, for O'Neill Cruz. So they needed the spot to get Christian Curtis again to reset up from AAA Indianapolis and have his contract selected. 27th man for the doubleheader today is Wilber Dotel. He's activated off of the IL. We invite you to stay tuned. We'll run down the starting lineups and a few other notes on Pirates Guardians Game 1 of a Twin Bill as Jared Jones squares off against Gavin Williams. If you like stuff in the first game of this doubleheader, you got some guys with some pretty nasty wipeout, strikeout stuff, and that's going to be on display for the Pirates, winners of 3 straight, Guardians, winners of 4 straight, and we invite you to stay tuned. More of the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know Hep C has a cure? Central Outreach is the #1 center for curing Hep C in the U.S. You do not need insurance to get cured. Walk in any Central Outreach Wellness Center or visit HepCMyWay.com to get cured from home. Call us at 866-WE-CURE-HEP-C. That's 866-WE-CURE-HEP-C.
Just reach out to Central Outreach.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing, an amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Nothing goes better with baseball than an ice-cold beer, and there's one place to go for all your beer needs. That, of course, is Hampton Beer Outlet, where they've got the best customer service and the best prices anywhere. And how about this great special? Milwaukee's Best Light right now, 24-pack cans, just $12.99. Easy on your wallet, easy drinking Milwaukee's Best at the unbeatable price of only $12.99 for a 24-pack case. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot. You can find them at Route 8 in Hampton.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. #1 Cochrane has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington, Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection, and 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi Authorized Service Center. Because when you're a #1 Cochrane Premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership in the #1 Cochrane Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org. Robert Pierce & Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pierce & Associates handles all the costs of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pierce & Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jared Jones takes the ball in Game 1 of a doubleheader against right-hander Gavin Williams. Both teams have performed well with these respective pitchers on the mound. Pirates have gone 5-3 in the 8 Jared Jones starts, 13-6 in the 19 that Gavin Williams has made for the Guardians, who would be a playoff team in the American League as the second wild card owner if the postseason were to begin today. They also have the second easiest remaining schedule in Major League Baseball, 467 opponents combined win percentage the rest of the way, while the Pirates have the 7th hardest. They're going to play clubs with a 509 win percentage from here on out. And that, of course, we'll see after these 3 games in Cleveland, a 3-game stretch in the Bronx against the New York Yankees, returning home on the 24th to open up a 6-game homestand, both against winning clubs. Chicago, 3-game weekend series. That'll be huge against the Cubs. And then the Arizona Diamondbacks, maybe even bigger, considering they are clipping at the Pirates' heels in the wild card standing. So it's going to be massive the month of July, and then, of course, you get into Cincinnati and then Milwaukee again for a 4-game stretch. So the gauntlet continues. It does not ease up. The Pirates will not see a club with a sub-500 record until August the 7th, right around the time when O'Neal Cruz is scheduled to be activated from the 60-day IL when the New York Mets are in town. So buckle up, giddy up. It's going to be a sprint to the finish line, and the Pirates really are going to be able to determine their season here, I think, over the next 10 to 14 games. And the Buccos do so with a really good offense over the last 7 weeks, dating back to the 29th of May. Pirates are averaging a big league best 6 runs per game. Cleveland, conversely, is last in Major League Baseball. They're averaging about 3.72 runs per game, but their bullpen has been locked down. Cleveland also, with one arm tied behind their back, they await the return of Jose Ramirez. He's got a fractured hamate. Angel Martinez, a left foot fracture. So here's the starting lineup that they run out, brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center. Cure your Hep C, no insurance necessary for care. Travis Bazzana, the left-handed hitting second baseman. Brian Rocchio, the shortstop switch hitter. Chase DeLauder in right field. Kyle Manzardo at first base. All 4 hitters from the left side, 1 switch batter. Rhys Hoskins, who is tapered off, the former Brewer and Philly. He'll be the DH. Khalil Watson in center field. He'll hit from the left side in center field, batting 6th. 7th, third baseman Gabriel Arias. Patrick Bailey, the switch-hitting catcher. Stephen Kwan, left-handed hitting left fielder for the Guardians. Pirates looking to win 4 consecutive games for the 3rd time this year. Jake Mangum in center field will lead it off with Brandon Lau at second base. Brian Reynolds, switch-hitting left fielder. As Merlin Valdez, the 1289 OPS in his last 19 games. He's in right field. Followed by Ryan O'Hearn. He'll be the designated hitter. Was originally yesterday scheduled to start at first base, but Donnie will DH him in Game 1 with Nick Gonzalez hitting 6th at third base, and Tyler Callahan getting the nod. That's a new insertion into the lineup at first base. Marcell Ozuna was scheduled to be the DH in Game 1, but they've got a lefty and Logan Allen going in the nightcap, so I would suspect Ozuna to be in the lineup in Game 2 of the Twin Bill. Pirates debut for Jacob Gonzalez, acquired for the compensatory pick from the Chicago White Sox. He'll get the nod at shortstop, left-handed hitter. In the 8th spot of the order, Henry Davis will catch the first game of the Twin Bill for the Buccos. There's your starting lineups. Hey, what is going to be my pick to click? Brought to you by Precision Pointing and Restoration, brickpointingpittsburgh.net. I'm going to... I want to go with Brandon Lau. I think that sweeper is going to go right into the barrel from Gavin Williams of Lau. So he's going to be my precision pointing prediction to go deep today. And we'll see. Greg Brown has the call of the game coming up in just a moment, so we invite you to stay tuned for that. He'll be joined by the Mad Capper. He's courtesy of the PA one-call system. No, it's below, and contact 811 before you dig. I'll talk to you post-game.